Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, début du débat en lecture du projet de loi C13.
Beginning of the debate on Bill C-13.
Fitzpatrick, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that Bill C-13 enact to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in Federally Regulated Private Business Act and to make related amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Language. Débat. L'honorable.
On debate, the Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to seek unanimous consent to share my time with the President of the Treasury Board.
Unanime.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak on second reading at Bill C-13, a bill that seeks substantive quality on official languages in Canada. We are here on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. Our two official languages and the 70 Indigenous languages are an integral part of our society. They are a part of our everyday lives, whether we are interacting with friends and neighbors at work or at home. They are part of our universities and colleges and part of the proud face we show the world. As an Acadian, I am proud to be able to have been raised, educated, and to live in an official language, French official language. Therefore, I carry out my responsibilities as Minister of Official Languages with great pride, and I'm proud to speak to the House today on Bill C-13. Since its founding in 1969, the Official Languages Act has shaped a nation so that English and French have equal standing in our country and in our lives. It also protects official language minority communities across the country. It has allowed Francophones to be able to benefit from federal government services in their own language and given federal public servants the right to use the language of their choice at work. It's helped Francophone communities living in minority situation and English language communities in Quebec. It has helped them to build strong institutions.
Over the past 50 years, and we understand that the Official Languages Act must be modernized and changes must be made to it. With Bill C-13, we are ensuring that the Act responds to the current linguistic realities and that it promotes substantive equality between English and French while contributing to the vitality of official language minority communities. Ce projet de loi.
This bill is the result of many years of consultation with community stakeholders, provinces and territories, the Commission of Official Languages, the Standing Senate Committee on Official Languages, and of course recommendations from our colleagues and the Standing Committee on Official Languages here at the House. They are here with us today. Throughout this consultation, we had a clear objective in mind, that the official languages modernization reflect the situation of English language minority communities in Quebec, French language minority communities across the country, and Acadian communities, as well as Quebecers. We now have a bill that has been modernized. However, it became clear to us throughout our work on modernizing the Act that the situation of the French language is worrying, whether it's the predominance of English as an international language or digital technologies, social media, and broadcasting platforms that promote English above all to the detriment of French. We have noted that this is a problem. There are millions of Francophones here in Canada living among even an incredible wave of ocean of Anglophones across North America. It is therefore crucial that the federal government play a role in protecting official language minority communities. A duty, Madam Speaker, that I hold very near and dear. Bill C-13 responds to the challenges of the French language in North America and the challenges of official languages minority communities. It makes the proposals in the reform document a reality. I'm very proud today to submit for second reading a strengthened, enhanced bill that rises to the challenges we face. A bill that, as I said, goes far.
Realities of each province and territories. Our government collaborates with provincial and territorial governments that provide services in the minority language and promote the vitality of the official language minority communities. But as a government, we must also make it a priority to work together with Indigenous communities across the country to ensure that Indigenous languages are preserved and are protected. The modernized legislation will therefore explicitly state that it does not affect the strengthening and revitalization of Indigenous languages.
We're the first government, Madam Speaker, to recognize that French has experienced serious setbacks here in the country and that we need to make concerted efforts to reverse this trend. That's why we intend to do more to promote and protect French across Canada, including in Quebec. So that Francophones can live in French, we will be establishing new laws to ensure that they can work and be served in French in private businesses under federal regulation. There will be a law on the usage of the French language in federally regulated private businesses, and it will apply in Quebec as well as in any area with a strong Francophone presence, because we realize that the private sector also has a role to play in promoting the French language and helping official language minority communities. To ensure increased access to justice in both official languages, we have created a new requirement of bilingualism at the Supreme Court. To ensure the coordination and the application of the laws, we will be enhancing the role of the Treasury Board as a central agency. In other words, we will give the discretionary nature, oversight nature, giving it this oversight role, rather. The Commissioner of Official Languages will receive more tools to be able to do his job. For example, he will be able to impose administrative monetary penalties to transportation agencies that serve the public. There are also major changes at Part 7 and that will allow for positive measures and make it mandatory to assess the effects of initiatives on official language minority communities. There will be targets and indicators for Francophone immigration so that we increase the Francophone or strengthen the Francophone community outside of Quebec.
Moment, Madam Speaker, to reassure English-speaking Quebecers. Nothing in this bill will take away from rights and protections that they have. We will always continue to support the development of English-speaking minority in Quebec. Bref, les avantages.
In short, the advantages of this modernized bill will be countless for communities across the country. The bill that we're tabling today will ensure that the Official Languages Act is representative of 21st century issues. In other words, more Francophones will be able to work and live in French.
Parents will be able to send their children to immersion. And more official language minority communities will be able to thrive. All Canadians will recognize themselves in this legislation, which will give our children and grandchildren a world of opportunity. Our history has taught us, Madam Speaker, that we can never take our linguistic duality for granted. With this bill, we are adapting to a world that is constantly changing, and we are preparing for the challenges of today, and yes, preparing for the challenges of tomorrow. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we are at the beginning of a historic legislative process that will greatly advance the Canadian linguistic program. The implications are major for the entire Canadian population. In this respect, I know that parliamentarians will look very closely at Bill C-13. This is great news. As parliamentarians, we all have the duty to ensure that our country has the best bill possible and to ensure that it brings positive impacts to all Canadians. I will therefore assure my colleagues on this side of the House and on the other side that I will be fully cooperative throughout the parliamentary work on this bill and its implementation. I hope it will soon become a law. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm ready to take questions.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Minister of Official Languages. I appreciate her openness, her determination. There have been situations in recent days where we've had the impression that the federal government had some contempt for official languages, and particularly French. I felt that the minister was standing alone during those days, that she was alone. Can she confirm that she was able to convince her cabinet colleagues that we need to move forward with the Official Languages Modernization Initiative, this bill, and ensure that this bill has an impact, more impact than she currently has given it in her definition? Currently, this bill doesn't have the teeth it needs. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his work at the Official Languages Committee. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm going to be very clear. Bill C-13 is truly a bill that will have an impact. Last year, we had Bill C-32. I spoke with my stakeholders and colleagues who proposed improvements to Bill C-32, and that's exactly what we've done. Bill C-13 is a bill that goes further, that has teeth. The Official Languages Commissioner will have the tools he needs to do his work. Francophones will be able to be served in the language of their choice by federally regulated private services, and we will be working with our colleagues to ensure that this bill receives royal assent. Honourable I'd like to thank Madam Minister for her speech. She spoke a great deal about the protection of French in minority communities, that is outside of Quebec. I wonder if she considers that French in Quebec is also threatened. And if so, I would like her to hear at least one measure that will improve life for French language Quebecers, a specific measure for Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Minister, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my colleague for her question. Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Through our consultations, one thing became clear: French is declining in Canada, and that means in Quebec as well. That's why this government will go forward with an ambitious bill to ensure that we can protect and promote French in Quebec and everywhere else in Canada. We want to ensure that that Quebecers will be able to work in their language at federally regulated businesses. That's what we're doing with this bill. We want to be sure that Francophones will have the chance to speak French, but also Francophones outside of Canada, outside of Quebec rather, that have a strong that are in a strong Francophone presence community. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Coquitlam-Aski. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My message today is that we all want to have a modernized bill, but it has to be the best it can be. We're eager to work with all parliamentarians at the committee to improve this bill. The Official Languages Commission has published report after report shedding light on the problems when it comes to official languages in the federal public service. The Minister and the Treasury Board must coordinate efforts to protect official languages. Why not give the Treasury Board all the powers to do so rather than sharing these powers with the Heritage Minister? Thank you again, Madam Minister, and Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. Madam Speaker, Bill C-13 makes the Treasury Board play a role of central agency. It will be able to provide oversight, assessment, and audits. The Treasury Board will have more tools to do its work and more resources. This idea of a central agency is essential if we want the bill to work. Sorry, the Honourable Minister had time. We did need unanimous consent. I did not see anyone opposing this request for unanimous consent, so I'm sure there won't be any difficulties. Resuming debate, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am truly delighted to be able to speak today on Bill C-13 that modernizes the Official Languages Act, and I'd especially like to speak about its importance for Canadians.
Official languages are a defining characteristic of who we are as a country.
Ontarian, I can assure you that our two official languages and defending the interests of Francophone and Anglophone minority communities are very important for me. This bill has been possible because Canadians have shared their passion and their ideas with us. Community leaders, parliamentarians, experts, citizens, all deserve our thanks, my thanks, for their comments and their contributions to this bill. Major contributions. Canadians want us to go further to ensure the vitality of official language minority communities and to strengthen French across the country. In the federal public service, Madam Speaker, we realize that there have been significant improvements with regard to bilingualism. Since 2000, the number of bilingual positions and employees' ability to speak both languages has increased, particularly when it comes to serving the public. The federal service's ability to provide services in both languages has increased year after year, it should be said. There are more bilingual supervisors, more employees who satisfy the linguistic requirements of their position, and an increasing number of positions that require a better level of bilingualism.
Key partner in supporting the development and success of official language minority communities. A prime example of this is Canada's new official languages regulations for communications with and services to the public. These regulations will ensure that anyone who uses a minority official language at home will be considered when calculating the demand for services. This means that for the first time, bilingual families and immigrants are included in our calculation. Equally important, federal offices in the vicinity of 900 minority schools across the country will have to offer their services in both French and English. We expect that in the coming years, around 700 offices that are currently unilingual will become bilingual. Canada's Official Languages Act became law more than 50 years ago, before digital technology, and it has been more than 30 years since its major last reform. Madam Speaker, the Act needs to be modernized to ensure it continues to serve Canadians well. That's why the government introduced Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in federally regulated Private Businesses Act and to make related amendments to other acts. This bill makes improvements that will address challenges facing the French language in Canada and the challenges faced by official language minority communities. In addition to including the key measures in the previous Bill C-32, Bill C-13 significantly improves the Official Languages Act to clarify and strengthen the part of the Act concerning the promotion of official languages and support for official language minority communities, and further improve compliance by federal institutions concerning official languages through more robust monitoring and new tools for the Commissioner of Official Languages. Madam Speaker, with respect to the role of the Treasury Board Secretariat, we share responsibility for the implementation of the Official Languages Act with other federal institutions. En vertu de la loi,
Under this law, The Treasury Board is responsible for the general orientation and coordination of government policies and programs, with sections of the legislation that affect communications with and services to the public, Part 4, language of work in federal institutions, Part 5, the participation of English-speaking and French-speaking Canadians, that's Part 6, and as you know, these powers are exercised by the Treasury Board Secretariat, which establishes and interprets policies, directives, and regulations for official languages and monitors the conformity of federal institutions. Madam Speaker, the modernization of the Official Languages Act will allow the Treasury Board to reaffirm its role as a central organization by reinforcing and broadening its powers to monitor the conformity of federal institutions. This will improve our ability to support communities and serve Canadians in the official language of their choice. More specifically, the new bill requires that the Treasury Board publish policies and regulations to help federal institutions to uphold their obligations under Sections 4, 5, and 6 of the law and hold them to account. It's now a requirement rather than a discretionary responsibility, as was the case before. For the first time, and in consultation with Heritage Canada, the Treasury Board Secretariat will verify if federal institutions are taking positive steps to promote the expansion, to promote community development, and to promote French and English in Canadian society. The Treasury Board Secretariat is best placed to ensure monitoring, audit, and assessment under the Act, and to develop and publish policy instruments that will serve as tools for federal institutions. Furthermore, as part of the new bill, employees' rights when it comes to language of work in areas that are designated bilingual for language of work will continue to be protected. Treasury Board policies will continue to ensure that positions in the public service that are designated bilingual, where necessary, reflect the appropriate level of competency in a second language. More specifically, we're going to review the current requirement to increase minimum requirements for second language competency for supervisors of employees in bilingual regions to ensure that these employees are able to work in the official language of their choice. The new bill reflects the importance of bilingual communications during emergency situations. The Treasury Board Secretariat is working closely with departments that play a key role in the health and safety of Canadians to ensure that communications in case of emergency or in case of crisis are of equal quality in both official languages at all times. In my mandate letter, the Prime Minister charged me with the responsibility of continuing to ensure that Canadians throughout the entire country can receive services from federal institutions in both official languages. I was also asked to help the Minister of Official Language fully implement the measures presented in the French and English document towards true equality of official languages in Canada, which affects the public service. For example, one of the measures in this document is a new framework for second language training for the public service adapted to groups targeted by employment equity and more specifically, Indigenous employees. This framework will provide a framework to departments to allow them to provide training that meets the diverse needs of employees to ensure that bilingualism is accessible to them. By increasing the rate of bilingualism in the public service, we will be better able to meet the increasing demand for bilingual services. Madam Speaker, the beginning of this decade was very difficult. The time has come, however, to build a country that is more dynamic, inclusive, and stronger for all of us.
Unite us, and we must continue to defend and promote them. At this time in our country's history, it's more important than ever to protect and promote our official languages in federal workplaces and throughout Canada. And that's what this bill will do. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je veux remercier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also wish to thank the member for her speech.
Il y avait un autre projet de loi dans la dernière session.
In the last legislative session, there was a Bill C-32. What is the difference between this bill and that one? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to answer this question. The exercise done over the last several years with consultations, participation of parliamentarians to reinforce this bill meant that C-32, which was tabled in June, well, we had an election, we came back with C-13 and we reinforced it. One of the measures to reinforce the former version of the bill was for the Treasury Board to play a central role and to ensure monitoring and conformity. That was an aspect that was reinforced in this new bill that we're presenting in the form of Bill C-13. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James-Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. However, I do have one question. Regulation 3rd. Through a regulation, the government can set the circumstances in which there is an agreement with provinces and territories or other entities to establish or make public in both official languages during the signature of a publication or on request to translate. Officially, could somebody please explain to me, is this going to be unilingual or bilingual, this section?
Pour la question, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, we're talking about a bill. We're going to set up the terms, what we want to improve for this Official Languages Act, for the version that we've had for the last 50 years. One of the services we offer is translation of documents in French and in English, as well as interpretation, as you know. So what we're going to do through the regulation is we're going to make sure that provinces and territories receive in both official languages the documents that they need to ensure that we represent both official languages in our agreements.
L'honorable député de New.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. As a critic for official languages, as my colleague just mentioned, we're going to continue to work to improve this bill. But there's a difference between what this government says and what it does. When we look at the underfunding of Francophone organizations throughout the country, especially with the rate of inflation, we're seeing an accelerated rate of underfunding, which means that many organizations are fighting for their survival. Will this government finally act, put their money where their mouth is, and increase the funding for Francophone organizations throughout the country? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 2015, this government has massively invested, especially with the Action Plan for Official Languages, set up in 2017. Funding increased by $500 million in order to be able to offer civil society the resources required to serve communities throughout the entire country, whether it be immigration or health or education or post-secondary. We are doing our fair share. We know that COVID was very difficult for organizations, and we will continue to invest in our official languages communities. Thank you. We have time for a brief question.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister of the Treasury Board for her intervention today and her answer to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. And one of the things that I've noticed is that one of the changes appears to be that there might be a fine that might be instigated here. And since we're seeing a lot of ministers now giving only their press conferences in one language, will that mean that ministers now will be fined for not giving basically responding in both languages?
Bref réponse de la ministre.
A brief answer from the Minister.
Madam Speaker, what the government does is always, when does their presentations and communications to Canadians, offer them in both official languages. We will continue to do that with announcements and all of the communications of what the measures the government is bringing forward.
Reprise le débat. L'honorable députée.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Aujourd'hui, c'est le...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's April 1st today, and I hope that the government is not going to pull any April Fool's surprises for Francophones or Anglophones in this Official Languages Act. Honourable colleagues, I rise today to speak to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act and to make related amendments to other acts. I address you as federal MP for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, but also as a proud Canadian who cherishes the French language. It's the language of my ancestors who arrived in Canada in the 17th century. And I want to leave to my children and their descendants a precious inheritance, the language that my ancestors protected and transmitted to me. Over the last months, I've consulted with many organizations and experts on the state of the French language and the Official Languages Act. Their conclusions are concerning. The issues are numerous and include the following: the demographic decline of French, numerous violations of the Official Languages Act, dispersal of powers and responsibilities within departments, as well as the weaknesses of Sections 4 and 7 of the Official Languages Act. All of these were raised to me several times by Francophone organizations. Francophone communities in a minority situation are worried that we're approaching a tipping point. If we look at Quebec, a visit to Montreal will convince you of the urgency to pass real, targeted, and measurable measures to end the decline of the French language. Furthermore, experts tell us that French, la langue de Molière, is more and more fragile, even within the government's own operations, including the cabinet of this government. And when the Attorney General of Canada looks into the department's operations to prosecute Francophones at the Supreme Court, as is the case in the Fédération des Francophones de la Colombie-Britannique, or Francophone Federation of British Columbia, it's a clear signal that the Official Languages Act is no longer structuring government's actions. It's an example that demonstrates that powers and responsibilities have been dispersed and there are contradictions, not only with official languages, but considering the fact that we're talking about C-13 right now, it focuses on, or rather applies to, this legislation as well. The Attorney General had tabled a request to suspend the impact of this decision, which gave Section 7 the effective application it needed. The Attorney General acted against the interests of Francophones. These facts demonstrate that French is not only not doing well elsewhere in the country, but it's not even being respected within the government's own operations. Amateurism and lack of consistency in this government demonstrate that bilingualism is not a priority for Liberals. It's not in their DNA. Recently, we saw a Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship do a press conference in English only. The Minister for the Environment, just this week, and I will remind this House and to people listening to us at home that he is a Francophone, presented a briefing this week on his environmental plan. In which language? Just one. And it wasn't French that he picked. It was English. And then an appeal on the last day of opportunity at the Federal Court of Appeal, which I previously mentioned. And this week, The judge of the appeals court made their decision rejecting the federal government's request, and let me call attention to his comment. He described that as a procedural problem. The official languages minister, during a press conference, did not answer a single question by reporters on Monday on this subject. I myself asked many questions in the House directly to the minister through, of course, the chair for the official languages minister. But she's not the one who answered me. It was the Minister of Justice and Attorney General who answered me. Was it to control the message? Was it to not allow the official languages minister to speak? I think this minister is acting in good faith, but I have doubts about the government. Since last Friday, Francophones know full well that the Minister of Official Languages and the Attorney General had a court case ready to file for the Supreme Court. It was mentioned last Friday. They let these honest folks who fought and get up every day to defend Francophones, they left them holding their breath right up until the last second to announce that they would not go before the Supreme Court to challenge the decision regarding the Federation of Francophones in British Columbia. It's a lack of respect. If there was a good intention, if there was willingness, if there was will, one would not wait until 5 to midnight. This is really significant. They chose to put Bill C-13 on today's order paper, not because it's April Fool's Day, but because there's less time to debate it. And honestly, there's a great deal less coverage on Friday subjects. First day of debate of second reading. Second day next Thursday, April 7th. Do you know what's happening that day? It's going to be the budget. Once again, they're cutting the time for debate. This demonstrates that this debate is going to be less noticed in the media and less noticed by the public. This is significant. This confirms the lack of will and respect of this government for our official languages. Worse yet, I would use the word disdain. This government is disdainful towards official languages. And once again, French is the most fragile of the official languages. Beyond the lack of political will from this government, it's clear that the mechanisms that are supposed to protect and promote French don't work. Powers and responsibilities are dispersed between the Minister of Official Languages, the President of the Treasury Board, who was talking earlier about a part of the law under her jurisdiction, but we need to look at the entire scope. She should be able to administer the entire law. It should be under her mandate. Official Languages doesn't have this power. This is one of the only agencies that can impose the Minister of Heritage and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. So you see, there's a lot of people around the table dealing with this subject. Also, there's a lack of accountability within federal institutions. Institutions have to shoulder their responsibilities. There need to be mechanisms to measure their effectiveness and measure results. Words are nice, but we need to be able to measure the results.
À titre d'exemple,
for example, immigration. For the complaints with Immigration Canada, the number has gone up drastically. And so Bill C-13 does not address this problem. This bill, Madam Speaker, was supposed to be a reform, not smoke and mirrors. They tabled a white paper in January. A new bill was moved, C-32, which was supposed to be based on this white paper, and C-13 was supposed to have adjustments, but it's not a reform. Many times the white paper talked about reform. It was called French and English Towards a Real Equality in Official Languages in Canada. However, only a few portions of the bill were amended. And the amendments seem to me to be very piecemeal. And that shows once again the lack of will and respect on the part of this government. The Department of Heritage is supposed to take on a priority role with regard to implementing this bill, but this role is very poorly defined, Madam Speaker. Now, this department is not structured to play an effective oversight role with regard to other departments and agencies, and it does not have the power to enforce this bill. Only the Treasury Board can do so. To quote Ms. Liane Roy from the FCFA, we need a watchdog to look at other departments and monitor them to issue directives proactively instead of reactively. And once again, these responsibilities are divided between Canadian Heritage and the Treasury Board, which can delegate these powers to other departments. Certain linguistic questions should be discussed further, especially governance and the horizontal coordination of official languages. Who said that? Not the Conservatives and not the other parties. It was the Official Languages Commissioner, Raymond Théberge. Something else, the future of Part 4 of the Act remains uncertain because the government refuses to recognize the importance of the language clauses. It prefers to take the fight to court instead of amending Part 4, as the Federation of Francophones of BC has called for. Part 4 on services in French is currently before the courts, whereas C13 could solve this problem by putting forth linguistic clauses. Another expert in the field, these clauses are clear because they are absent from Bill C13, and that's a problem. And this is a law professor at the University of Ottawa who said this. So these are all independent experts, so they probably know what they're talking about. Something else to be reviewed, C13 entrusts the Official Languages Commissioner with scalable powers. For example, the power to issue orders does not apply to Part 7. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? Thank you. We wanted sanction powers for the Official Languages Commissioner, but we wanted these powers to be broadened further than the institutions responsible. This is a first step, but we need further amendments. That is the Society of Manitoban Francophones who said that. Madam Speaker, there has been a first step, but we need to do much more work. And we can't have these small steps. We need to make great strides to make sure that we actually achieve results. It's commendable to have tabled this bill, but we feel the government is being timid in doing so. I want us to have a bill that will have teeth. Something else, Madam Speaker, someone said, I think that this is clear because it applies more to the private than the public sector. But the word transportation is vague. It can also mean other types of agencies that are involved in transportation and the aspect of travelers. And this is not clear for now. Who said that? Once again, the main partner involved in enforcing this law, Raymond Théberge, once again, Official Languages Commissioner. We expected the order powers for the Official Languages Commissioner to be extended to apply to Part 7. Once again, the BC Federation of Francophones said this, Madam Speaker. This bill also raises questions concerning businesses under federal jurisdiction. It puts in place a bill that is not part of the Official Languages Act. The bill concerning businesses and institutions. Furthermore, the terminology, the wording in the bill remains vague. The government puts too much emphasis on regulation and does not specify how the new law will be applied. Madam Speaker, we will always defend the right of federal institutions under institutions under federal jurisdiction in Quebec, we will always defend their right to defer to the French language charter. C13 allows these businesses to choose, but we need more C13 to have more teeth. We think that, I would like to remind this House that the National Assembly has voted unanimously that Quebec laws be respected in terms of immigration. We're also wondering about the real legal effects of Section 44.1. This section, like many others, has no obligation to achieve results. What is said in the article? Well, it mentions targets and indicators. We don't need that because we know that we're late in terms of immigration. We need to act and compel the organizations, compel departments and agencies to put in place measures to ensure that our targets are achieved. So no need to have it in the law. It's more smoke and mirrors. They talk about obligations, indicators, targets. But, Madam Speaker, that's a waste of time, we know, because there is no obligation to achieve these results. We need to make sure that the federal government is taking its responsibility to enforce this law. Madam Speaker, if the Canadian government does not put measures in place to protect the French language, who's going to do it? It's not the responsibility of the provinces and territories or municipal governments. It's the federal government who is responsible for this bill, which ensures that our country is a bilingual country. So the government needs to take those responsibilities. We all realize that this bill must be amended in order to achieve its objectives. So, Madam Speaker, we are reaching out to the minister. We are asking her to stop the decline of French and protect and promote our two official languages. I have a great deal of respect, Madam Speaker, for the Minister of Official Languages, but I feel that she's been very isolated in the past weeks. The cabinet seems to be working against her. It's sort of like a David versus Goliath. And, Madam Speaker, I certainly hope that our David here is going to win. I'm skeptical. I'm going to support her. We're doing this in good faith. But we'll see the results, and Canadians will judge subsequently. I will work with her to amend this bill. In closing, we often we inherit from our ancestors, and we all inherit our mother tongue. This is a very precious heritage that we need to cherish, defend, and protect, and that is why we need to debate this bill. I'm calling on the members and senators who will be studying it to take the time needed to ensure that the next Official Languages Act is sufficiently stringent to ensure that it achieves results over the next decades. Madam Speaker, this initiative must be taken very seriously. It is a historic opportunity. We need the tools to pursue and persevere in the protection of our two official languages in Canada. As I said, it is a historic opportunity to guarantee that our official languages will thrive, thus allowing subsequent generations to live and flourish in the language of their ancestors. And this is important, Madam Speaker, to preserve Canada as a proud, united, and bilingual country as the clear majority of Canadians want. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech this morning, and I'd also like to thank him for his diligent work on the Official Languages Committee. We've addressed this topic. We've heard from people across the country. We've heard from departments and agencies saying that this act is a nonpartisan act. So today we are debating this bill in this House, and it's important for this House because we're going to be having the budget next week. So my question for my honourable colleague is, given that we're talking about a number of measures to improve the bill, will he be supporting a pre-study at the Official Languages Committee because we need to hear from community associations, witnesses, and to discuss with these people so we can improve the bill. So will my colleague be supporting a motion for a pre-study of this bill in the Official Languages Committee? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I have noted that he is the Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages, but he represents Nickel Belt. It's a great pleasure to work with him on the Official Languages Committee. Now, Madam Speaker, if my colleague had listened closely to my speech, he would know that I had said that we need to take the time. And now we're at second reading. So to conduct a pre-study during the actual debate is not a strategic or effective thing to do. I think that we must follow the normal legislative process with this bill. And I think there's about 3 or 4 days difference. And if we refuse the pre-study, will not prevent us from hearing witnesses at committee. So my colleague has already moved the motion, and what happened is that his motion was voted down, and that is merely in the interests of protecting the French language. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know that we need to look to the future, and Madam Speaker, I would like to refresh my colleague's memory. He is talking about how great the Conservative Party has been in protecting French in Canada. Madam Speaker, the Harper government, the first thing that happened when he came to power in 2006 is he abolished the Court Challenges program. That's the very first thing he did. And then what did he do, Madam Speaker? He appointed unilingual Anglophone judges to the Supreme Court. The Conservative Party has never decided to appoint bilingual justices to the Supreme Court. So they're pretending to be defenders of the French language, but they do nothing. The other thing, what about the Honourable Rob Nicholson, the Minister of Foreign Affairs? So this wonderful Canada with 2 official languages, but a Minister of Foreign Affairs who is supposed to conduct diplomacy only in English. Is that a way of protecting the French language? Can my colleague tell me, really, what did the Conservative Party do to protect French? Nothing. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was listening to my colleague's question, and I know that he's Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. So I'd like to say to my colleague, I listened to your question, and I want to remind him that the overhaul of this bill, which was tabled in 1968, was done under a Conservative government. And in November 2020, there was an emergency debate. Who called for this emergency debate? The Conservatives. So perhaps my colleague should go back to the history books and see exactly what happened, because right now there is a reason for the fact that we need to manage public data intelligently. So I agree that the Prime Minister at the time made the right decision. It was temporary, but with regard to public funding for institutions, we must understand that the money is there. So why did the Minister wait until March 30th to tell the institutions that they were entitled to $134 million, whereas it's been in a whole year since it was provided for in the budget? The Honourable Member from Churchill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, with whom I hope to work on committee to improve this bill. We have heard a lot about Francophone immigration and the fact that the underfunding from the federal government is contributing to the decline in French in Canada. These targets were established in 2003, and in the meantime, they have never been achieved. This failure can be explained by the fact that Liberal and Conservative governments didn't make it a priority. Do you agree that these clear principles should be enshrined in the bill so that all future governments do the work that is required to ensure proper demographics in Canada? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I have the privilege of sitting on the Official Languages Committee. I hope that I pronounced her riding name correctly. And yes, we received information in the committee saying that we need to increase immigration targets because we're not reaching the 4.4%. So yes, that's an important measure to be incorporated into the bill. Instead of having one tiny little paragraph on immigration, we need to be more clear about these definitions. And I'm reaching out to my colleague, and I'm saying in the House of Commons here that I want to work with the Bloc Québécois, with her, with the party in power, to improve this bill, to make this a historic bill that will work for the next 50 years. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think that he has pointed out that it's absolutely essential to have a full assessment of this bill to ensure that French is showcased and protected, because there are francophones outside Quebec, francophones across the country. For example, in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake. So could he give some examples of how he would like to see an improvement to this bill to promote French outside of Quebec? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague who speaks very impressive French, and I would like to congratulate her. And she is a Conservative member, so we're very proud of her. We all work together, and so thank you to her. Madam Speaker, I think it is very important. Yes, we can applaud her, definitely. Madam Speaker, I think it's very important, and we have to put in place measures across Canada, because there are minorities outside of Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, and all the maritime provinces. And obviously in Quebec, it's a very specific situation. We are the only province where the Francophones make up the majority. So I'd like to say to my colleague, but what we need to see in this bill, and this is a request from the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs of Quebec, we must recognize that both official languages of these two official languages, French is the only one that is a minority in the country. So by recognizing this, we need to put the appropriate measures in place to address this. But we have to recognize this fact from the outset. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to piggyback on what my colleague asked concerning an article that says that the Governor in Council can decide whether agreements with provinces and territories can be translated into French or translated, because usually those agreements are in English except for in Quebec. And otherwise, it's going to be done on request. So here's my question. And in English, there's a huge error in the bill. Here's my question. It can't be said that it's equal if not everything is translated into both languages. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that the Bloc Québécois recognizes that this bill has been bungled. There are problems throughout the bill, and we need to work together. Yes, there is a problem of translation. Both official languages must be respected throughout the country, and I'm also reaching out to the Bloc Québécois so we can work together to ensure that we can improve this bill so that it can be the best bill possible to stop the decline of French and to protect and promote it. So that member's time has expired, and he was able to take all his questions.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Markham-Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm deeply saddened to announce the passing of Mr. Alex Su. Alex was a long-time resident and proud ambassador for Markham-Unionville. He worked tirelessly and passionately on my federal campaign last year, and was a policy chair for the Markham-Unionville Federal Liberal Association. Alex served on the board of directors for various community groups, such as Yoke Region Parent Association, Markham Art Council, Markham Library Board, and Unionville Resident Association. Alex had a career as an IT professional and co-founded the Chinese-Canadian Information Processing Professional 30 years ago. He was a co-host and commentator on Fairchild Radio and 105.9, the region Alex Su is highly respected and recognized as a model citizen and community leaders by a resident and the IT professionals. On behalf of Markham Unionville Riding, I offer my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Alex Su. Alex, you'll be greatly missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week I met Kale. He's from BC, and he had to road trip to Ottawa to speak up for his rights. He can't fly here because Canada is the only country in the world that bans unvaccinated citizens from travel. The Liberal ban on unvaccinated travel is especially egregious given that Canada is one of the largest countries in the world, and Canadians rely on air travel far more for family, health, and work reasons than any other people around the world. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been urging the Liberals to follow the science on air travel, which has shown that airplane filtration systems and other measures make transmission extremely low. Further, the new variants show that vaccinated people seem to transmit COVID similarly to unvaccinated people, and the government's rationale for banning air travel is fundamentally flawed. There's no justification for the serious infringement on Canadians' charters' rights. Mr. Speaker, Kale and many other Canadians feel like second-class citizens in their own country. When will Kale be able to fly again? Great question.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Sikh Heritage Month, let us all recognize and appreciate the important contributions the Sikh community have made and continue to make to Canada's socio-economic, political and cultural heritage. Sikhism's core principles include equality, generosity, openness and compassion. I would like to recognize Gurudev Bal, Manjit Sandhu, Sanyokta Bhandari, Dr. Indrajit Sambi, Harbhajan Sikon, Dalip Singh Parwana, who have worked hard both inside and outside of Ottawa Sikh Society. I would also like to appreciate leaders like Kanwar Hazra, Narinder Sara, Gurpal Grewal and Tejpreet Dulat, who have also worked hard for the Sikh community and beyond in Ottawa. These leaders represent the true spirit of the Sikh community by being there for the communities through seva, that is selfless service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanis-Newcastle.
Madam Speaker, our country has lost a champion. Elder Raymond Mason passed away peacefully on March 20th. Dr. Mason was a member of Peguis First Nation. He was a residential school survivor. Raymond spent 3 decades fighting for justice for residential school survivors and launched a class action lawsuit that resulted in a historic settlement in 2009. His work remains unfinished. Elder Mason lamented how the original settlement left communities behind until the end of his life, continued to fight for survivors to be recognized and compensated. He is survived by his wife, Rhoda, his children, stepchildren, grandkids, step-grandkids, and every life he touched and fought for. Over the last number of years, we've lost many survivors. Their children and grandchildren are carrying on their calls for justice, and so must we. We must support communities seeking to search the grounds of the residential schools imposed on them, bring their children home. We must ensure communities have the resources they need to accomplish this work. There must be truth for there to be reconciliation.
The honourable member for
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks the beginning of Autism Month in Quebec, so I'd like to take a moment to tell you the story of my fellow citizens and their son, Emmanuel. Their son will soon be 20 years old. His ASD has always brought his share of challenges to his parents and the people who love him. At age 3, he was not sure he would be able to speak. Weekly adopted interventions taught him to interact with others, be a little more independent, but he'll never be able to live alone. Emmanuel is engaging, kind, and intelligent in his own way. He makes great efforts to adapt to the world around him, but rather, he lives with his parents. Their life is organized around him, and they would never have been able to survive all these challenges without the help of dozens of people, their loved ones, their dedicated caregivers, their special educators, and their entire professional team. They truly need a break from time to time. Autisme Estrie welcomes Manuel for 24 hours every 2 months. This allows us to take good care of him and to love him as he is. Please keep in mind all people with ASD and their loved ones.
Hey, Ms. Nippy, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, March 29th, Witchican Lake First Nation and the FSIN held an honoring ceremony. It was to recognize the work that 7 members of the Spiritwood RCMP did to make their community safer. Earlier this month, the Spiritwood RCMP found firearms and prohibited weapons, along with more than 150 grams of illegal drugs, drug paraphernalia, and cash when searching a home. Chief Annie Thomas of Witchkin Lake spoke at the ceremony. She talked about how drug activity has impacted her community. She said, "We've seen the hurt in our communities, and we're burying more loved ones because of alcohol and drugs instead of natural causes like old age." Madam Speaker, it is fostering positive relationships like these that will help build a better path forward. I ask all members in the House today to join me in recognizing the work of both the RCMP members in Spiritwood and the leadership of the Witchican Lake First Nation for working together to protect the people of their communities.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On February 20th, a pillar of the Polyvalente Le Carrefour student community left us. Éric Noël de Tilly was a committed history teacher who had an unwavering respect and love for his students. Over the years, he was able to pass on his passion for civic engagement to his students to make them aware of democratic life. Thanks to him, several hundred students have taken part in the 30-hour Hunger Challenge, and today, the 30th edition of this event is being held in memory of this dedicated teacher. Mr. Noël de Tilly was a citizen, a teacher, a role model, a colleague who will be remembered forever. My thoughts are with his family, especially his 4 children. I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the entire Polyvalente Le Carrefour community. Thank you for keeping his memory alive. Hello, Eric, and thank you for everything.
The honour member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day, an opportunity to support, listen to, and learn from those on the autism spectrum, like Aiden Lee from my riding, their families and caregivers. This year's theme is Inclusive Quality Education for All. Calls to action to ensure everyone has equal, accessible opportunities to learn. Our government created the Accessible Canada Act to ensure a barrier-free Canada that allows everyone to participate fully in their community, school, and workplace and have an equal chance at success. Erin Oak Kids in my riding of Oakville North Burlington is Ontario's largest children's treatment centre, dedicated to ensuring inclusive health and learning for children and youth with disabilities and their families, including autism. I'm so proud of the work that they do in our community. On World Autism Awareness Day and every day, let's commit to ensuring equity and inclusion in all aspects of the society for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour member in Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a change of pace, I'm excited to rise today and highlight a young man in my riding who was working to make a difference. Braden Morrison was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at 4 years of age. 15 years later, he has taken it upon himself to climb for a cure. While finishing up his 2-year Powerline Technician program, Braden will be dedicating each of his remaining hydro pole climbs towards raising money to help fight diabetes. Braden, whose family has been chosen as one of the 100 ambassadors of History Families by the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, has said, "I dream of the day where I will be able to just wake up and live a normal, healthy life without needles, daily monitoring, or insulin to survive." Thanks to young Canadians like Braden, that day will come soon.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre. No? The honourable member for Surrey Centre? No. Oh. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, earlier this week, the Prime Minister flew all the way to Vancouver to make a speech on his new climate plan. As is often the case with this Prime Minister, promises were made. But here's the thing. It is now 5 months later. Communities like Princeton in British Columbia were hit hard by devastating floods. And as we all know, this Prime Minister told the good people of Princeton that he had their backs and that he would be there for them. Well, the supports the Prime Minister promised rural communities for rebuilding have not been delivered. Nothing. In another month, it will be half a year. Why is this considered acceptable? How is it that a country like Canada, that when a prime minister makes a promise to a small rural community, that literally nothing happens for months on end? This prime minister once said, better is always possible. The people of Princeton and other British Columbia communities need to see better from this prime minister. What will it take, Madam Speaker? What will it take to see the promises that he's made are kept?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, once again, this Liberals government's hubris has been on full display. After heartlessly increasing the carbon tax today, this government's refusal to listen to hardworking Canadians, listen to agriculture producers, small business job creators, shows just how out of touch this NDP Liberal government truly is. This tax disproportionately affects Canadians in rural and remote areas and is a callous cash grab. Plowing through this carbon tax increase only puts more strain on already squeezed budgets and businesses throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, while this government spins its tax increase, I've heard directly from families who have indicated that this increase, on top of already soaring prices, is unsustainable. It is my constituents in Regina Louvain who are feeling the tightening of their budgets, and they are unsure what they can do about it. It is the people who can't get a third job because there isn't enough hours in the day to do more work. That's a problem most Liberals have never seen. It is time for this government to finally do the right thing and scrap their carbon tax.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government has always supported and promoted the important role that our small and medium-sized businesses play in advancing our local economy. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the 50th anniversary of a family business located in the heart of the Saint-Michel neighbourhood. Founded in 1972, Casa Vogue is a store specializing in the sale of high-end Italian furniture. During its 50 years of existence, the love of quality products has been transmitted from father to son. The Turito family has always been passionate about furniture and their craft, and has always been on the lookout for new products to offer unique collections at affordable prices. Refined designs and outstanding customer service have earned Casa Vogue the Consumer's Choice Award for several years in a row. The Turito family also believes in doing their part to support social causes, such as the Cancer Foundation. Congratulations to the Turito family, and long live Casa Vogue.
For North Island Powell River.
I hosted many constituents in my riding at a round table to discuss how we could support Ukrainians seeking safety. I want to thank all those who participated, and especially Slav and Stefan from the Comox Valley Stands with Ukraine, Eugene from the Ukrainian Cultural Society, Dave from the Ukraine Refugee Support Committee, Susan from Christ the Church, the King Church, Twee and Zunny from the Immigrant Welcome Center for coming and sharing all the work that they are currently doing. I am so proud that the people of North Island Powell River have come together to make a difference. I have been moved by the many fundraising events that we've seen across the region to support Ukrainians. In these uncertain times, it is only with the strength of our convictions that helps the world become a little safer. I heard very clearly from my constituents, a coordinated approach is needed. Canadians want to be matched with Ukrainians who need help. If it's a room, a home, or other resources, Canadians are ready. I encourage this government to take their leadership.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, on April 2nd, the entire world is celebrating World Autism Day. Today, we talk more about autism spectrum disorders. They mainly affect social contacts and communication. Autism is not a disease. It's something that you don't catch, but that you are. The Quebec Autism Society would like us to highlight autism in all its facets and think of autism not only on April 2nd, but the whole year round. I would like to mention my ex-husband's family to talk about what they're going through. If our kids are doing so well, it's not because they're different, it's because they're unique, and as unique as the love that we have for them.
Member for the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of this Liberal government knows no boundaries. They have spent the last 7 years destroying our natural resources sector, resulting in lost jobs, lost homes, loss of life, and broken families. The outcome is a nation torn apart, with Canadian pitted against Canadian. And now, as fuel costs surge and the world cries for energy, this government continues to put its foot on the throats of men and women. Men and women who have spent years supplying our nation with not only clean, ethically sourced fuel, but who have also funded billions in programs over the decades in their will to contribute to a country they love so much. Instead, this government will sit on the sidelines as Canada and the world continues to suffer, buying into an ideology that leaves our citizens distraught and discouraged and the world running on empty. Madam Speaker, there is no just transition.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very fortunate to rise in the House often to acknowledge the incredible acts of generosity for individuals and organizations in my constituency of Surrey Centre. And today is no different. Today, I would like to acknowledge Paul and Ruby Aurora of Guggen Foods for their generous donations to the Surrey Food Bank, shelters, and free kitchens. Their donation included 4 skids to the Lookout Society, 4 skids to the Muslim Food Bank, 3 skids to the Surrey Food Bank. This adds up to 23 skids delivered to 6 food banks to our local food banks and kitchens to support the people of Surrey. In addition, they also sent a full truck load of juice and cookies to Gurnonic food banks in both Abbotsford and Surrey, and a full truck to Gurnonic's Free Kitchen in Vancouver. Thank you, Paul and Ruby, for your generosity and support for these important establishments in Surrey. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Madam Speaker, on March 26th, I had the pleasure of attending the official opening of new businesses in my riding. I would like to congratulate Louise and André Chouinard, the new owners of a Terra 20 franchise. This company offers sustainable products to promote a healthy lifestyle. Their new store on 10th Line Road will offer an exclusive EcoBar refill station for healthy and sustainable alternatives in household and personal care products. Natural Food Pantry is also coming to Orleans. I'd like to thank the manager, Jenny Brousseau, for her hospitality. This was also an opportunity to take part in the launch of a brand new cutting-edge green technology from TagPod, the world's first ever pilot project for zero-waste bulk food distribution that reduces the use of single-use plastics. Aggressive food goods systems, TagPod's concept will revolutionize grocery shopping and make it much easier and more sustainable for customers with zero waste.
Questions orales. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
April Fool's Day, but the tax hikes that went into effect less than 12 hours ago are no joke. This morning, Canadians woke up to higher taxes on everything from gas, groceries, and home heating because of the 25% increase in the carbon tax. Everything moved by a truck will go up as producers and wholesalers inevitably pass those costs on to families and seniors who can least afford it. Why is punishing Canadians financially at a time when they can least afford it acceptable to this NDP Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member. And while the opposition has been fixated on April 1st, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we've been fixated on July 15th. Do you know why, Madam Speaker? That's the date Canadian families will receive their climate action rebate checks. And they will keep receiving them, Madam Speaker, month after month after month. And as we know, Madam Speaker, 8 out of 10 families will benefit. We're fighting climate change and delivering on affordability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Not according to the PBO, but a new Ipsos poll confirms how out of touch this NDP Liberal government is with hardworking Canadians, and they applaud. We have an affordability crisis, and according to Ipsos, Canadians want a budget that addresses the cost of living crisis, not a radical, ideologically driven, activist, Leap Manifesto NDP-type budget that punishes families and seniors with higher costs just for eating, driving, and heating their homes. There was a time in this country, Madam Speaker, when a Liberal Party led by Jacques Chrétien and Paul Martin governed in a fiscally responsible way. What happened to that Liberal Party?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the saddest April Fool's joke on Canadians today is the inability of the Conservatives to simply pick a lane. On Mondays, it's do more for seniors. On Tuesdays, it's cut CPP. On Wednesdays, it's do more for small businesses. On Thursdays, it's block C8. While the Conservatives struggle to pick a lane, Madam Speaker, we are focused on investing in Canadians and managing the nation's finances responsibly. Madam Speaker, it may be before noon, and that's no joke because on the other side, whatever they say now, it'll change in an hour, and that's no joke.
I'm sure the honourable members want to hear the answer so that they can pose another question. So I would ask members to please hold on to their thoughts. And the honourable official opposition House Leader.
No one ever imagined a time where a family or seniors would be punished financially for simply driving their car to earn a living or to visit their grandchildren. Yet gas prices are up again today because of the 25% hike in the carbon tax. The Liberals have a choice in the budget next week. They can be fiscally responsible like the Chrétien-Martin Liberals were, or they can continue to take their marching orders from their radical NDP partners and be completely out of touch with the Canadians, according to Ipsos. So what will it be? A Chrétien-Martin Liberal budget or an NDP Liberal Party budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as economists and the Parliamentary Budget Officer will tell you, our price on pollution is progressive and efficient. 8 out of 10 families will receive more than they pay. And Madam Speaker, if the honourable member has forgotten the numbers, let me remind him. This year, a family of 4 will receive up to $745 in Ontario, $830 in my home province of Manitoba, $1,100 in Saskatchewan and in Alberta. Madam Speaker, we're fighting climate change and delivering on affordability.
Honorable député de Montmagny-Lisleck, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, it's April 1st and the tax hikes we're facing are far from a joke. There's more taxes on gas, groceries, heating, because of the carbon tax. Everything delivered by truck is going to go up. It's inevitable. And consumers are the ones who are going to pay. Why does the Liberal government think it's acceptable to punish Canadians at the worst possible time when they don't have the means to pay? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Madam Speaker, it's not a joke today. The real joke is that Conservatives just can't pick a lane. Tuesday, don't support seniors. Thursday, it's another subject. Conservatives have a hard time picking a lane, but we're focusing on making wise investments. On this side, we're investing for Canadians. On the other side, it's nothing but jokes. Once again, I wish to remind the members that it's difficult for people at home to hear the answers. I hope that the members will take that into account. Otherwise, I will have to ask for the question to be repeated and someone will lose a question at the end of the day.
Madame la Présidente, un nouveau sondage.
An Ipsos survey confirms that the Liberals are disconnected from today's realities. There's a crisis of affordability. Canadians need help with the costs of living, not with ideological promises that make things like heating and food more expensive. We've known Liberals like Jean Charest. I'm sorry. That's the first time I've mentioned it. Like Jacques Chrétien and Paul Martin. They were responsible. What happened to the Liberal Party?
L'honorable ministre du Tourisme.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Très content de reconnaître que
I'm very happy to recognize that on the other side, recognize the Liberal influence in their leadership race. We are betting on affordability. We know that inflation is difficult. That's why every single day we try to make life more affordable for Canadians by increasing the Canada Child Benefit and developing a housing plan. That's what we're working on here on the other side. It's pretty much whatever. In 2015, the Prime Minister rejected the purchase of F-35s because they didn't meet Canadians' needs, but 7 years later, he's willing to spend $19 billion on them. What changed? The committee study requested by the Bloc on the different models and strategic needs never happened. There's 871 technical problems with F-35s, 7 of them deemed critical. So what changed? Is the government buying F-35s for the right reasons, or just to please the United States?
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are ensuring our Canadian Armed Forces have the equipment they need to protect Canadians. On Monday, we announced we will enter into the finalization phase with the top-ranked bidder for the F-35 fighter jet, bringing us one step closer, Madam Speaker, to delivering on a new fleet of 88 state-of-the-art fighter jets for our Royal Canadian Air Force. This will help ensure our pilots have the most advanced equipment available to protect Canadians' territorial integrity, including our Arctic, Madam Speaker, and to meet our commitments to NATO, NORAD, and to deal with unforeseen threats. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The big loser of this future agreement on fighter planes is Quebec's aerospace industry. With the F-35s, our businesses have no guarantee that they're the ones who are going to be doing maintenance and updates. However, we can't forget that Quebecers are the ones paying for 1/4 of those $19 billion. The Defense Department will have to compensate Quebec through its new drone program where Quebec excels. The selection of F-35s could weaken our industry. When will the federal government finally implement the national aerospace policy that we have been asking for quite some time? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, we are ensuring that our Canadian Armed Forces have the equipment that they need to protect Canadians. This process, although long, we are focused on getting it right. Again, we said on Monday, we announced that we will enter into the finalization phase with the top-ranked bidder for the F-35 fighter jet, bringing us just one step closer to having those 88 fighter jets in service. This will help our pilots have the most advanced equipment available to protect Canadians' territorial integrity, including our Arctic, to meet our commitments, again, to NORAD and NATO. Thank you.
A member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals have repeatedly promised to fix the bankruptcy and insolvency laws to protect Canadians' pensions. Right now, if a company is insolvent and must declare bankruptcy, the pensioners lose the money they're owed. Advocacy groups representing more than 4 million Canadians who rely on defined pension benefit plans wrote to the Prime Minister urging him to change the laws. Hard-working Canadians deserve answers from this government. Will the minister take action and change Canada's bankruptcy and insolvency laws? Yes or no?
Honorable Ministre du Tourisme.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and we appreciate the challenges that pensioners are facing. It is why we've had reviews on the pension system. And as we anticipate what happens in the budget, we cannot comment on what will be in the budget, but we have stood steadfast with Canadians from day one forming this government to make sure that we have a stable, predictable pension system, and we will take the honourable member's question under advisement.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, a new report shows that carbon capture is a fairy tale told by profitable oil and gas companies to justify more production and get more subsidies. As these companies rake in record profits, this Liberal government plans on giving them $50 billion as a tax credit. $50 billion. That's $50 billion that could be put towards renewable energy or a just transition for workers, towards real climate solutions, not big oil and gas. When will this government stop throwing money at the very companies who are fueling the climate crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, Madam Speaker. And in our climate plan, our government committed to develop a comprehensive carbon capture, use and storage strategy, CCUS, and to ensure Canada is globally competitive in this growing industry. Developing carbon capture features in the mix of every credible path to net zero, Madam Speaker. Smart policies that incent the use of these technologies will help reduce our emissions and grow our economy.
The honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, my constituents and many Canadians are expecting big words, huge costs, and little improvements to their lives in the upcoming budget. Canadians don't want an NDP wish list budget. They want a responsible budget.
Hear, hear.
Young Canadians struggling to get ahead shouldn't be burdened with more debt because the government of today refuses to spend wisely. Speaker, how much will this ultra-left budget cost the next generation of taxpayers?
L'honorable ministre du Tourisme.
Madam Speaker, this government invested in the lives and the livelihoods of Canadians at the darkest time in the last 70 years. We invested $511 billion to make sure that we could get to where we are now with the second fastest growing economy in the G7, poised to be the fastest growing economy in the G7 next year. We are on a track to fiscal prudence. We will make the right investments for Canadians, we will support Canadians, and we will manage the nation's finances responsibly.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, we've been through a global pandemic, and now we're living through a European conflict that has exasperated the already irresponsible fiscal record of this government. The effects of this government's incompetence are continuing to bleed into the household budgets of people across the country, as we see inflation levels reach new heights and everyday essentials become more and more unaffordable. My question and the answer Canadians want to know is, on April 7th, will this budget return to the fiscal responsible ways of classical liberals like Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, or will this just be a budget of NDP spending wish lists?
L'honorable ministre du Tourisme.
I was amused to learn earlier today that there's a Liberal among the ranks of the Conservative leadership race. But on to the question at hand. When it comes to something as serious as the nation's finances, it's important to separate partisan posturing from the facts. So here are the facts, Madam Speaker. Moody's and S&P have given us a AAA credit rating. We have the second fastest growing economy in the world, poised to be the fastest growing next year. We made clear investments in the lives of Canadians so that we could rebound and have one of the best economies in the world. That's good for Canadians. That's good for everyone, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, Canadians woke up to a more expensive country today. The carbon tax helps no one in rural Canada. It hurts seniors, families, and the agricultural sector by increasing the costs of heat for their homes and their barns. It also increases the cost of fuel for their cars and for the trucks that deliver food to Canadians from coast to coast. According to a recent Ipsos poll, nearly half of Canadians want to see lower taxes in the upcoming budget. So, Speaker, will the NDP Liberal government listen to my constituents in Lambton-Kent Middlesex and cancel the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And agriculture and rural communities are vital to my home province of Manitoba. And Madam Speaker, we recognize we're in a transition period, and that's why we introduced C8 to put more money in farmers' pockets. Bill C8, currently before this House, contains a measure to return part of the proceeds of the price of pollution directly to farmers. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party has tried to remove this measure and has delayed progress on this important legislation.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, death and ever-increasing Liberal taxes are the only certainties in life in Canada. Regardless of the Liberal spin, the true function of the carbon tax is to take more money out of Canadians' pockets. What I truly don't understand, Madam Speaker, is why the Liberal ministers continue to stand up every day and try and spin Canadians. These ministers are trying to be contortionists with the facts, whether Canadians are getting all of their money back on their Liberal carbon tax cash grab. My question is quite simple. If the Liberals are giving all the money back to Canadians, why bother taking it in the first place?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while the Conservatives are trying to determine whether climate change is real, our government is moving forward to cut pollution, create good jobs, and make lives more affordable for Canadians. When the Conservatives were in power, Madam Speaker, they did absolutely nothing for 10 long years on climate action. Madam Speaker, we simply can't afford another 10 years of Harper Conservative inaction on climate change.
Yeah, so the tone is starting to come up again. I'm sure that the honourable member appreciated when they asked the questions that they weren't interrupted, and I would ask them to do the same when someone's answering the question. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, today the carbon tax went up yet again. Out west, we have long known is nothing more than a callous and discriminatory tax that hurts rural Canada. According to the government's own regulations, it also disproportionately impacts seniors living on a fixed income and single mothers. The NDP Liberal government won't let harsh reality get in the way of their blind ideology. So will the minister finally admit that this is not actually about lowering emissions, but rather that this is only about holding back the progress of Western Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Manitoban from Western Canada, and Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the majority of households will receive more in climate action rebates than they pay. That's 8 out of 10 families. And again, I'll just repeat those numbers, which are valid from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, this year a family of 4 will receive $1,100 in Saskatchewan and Alberta, $830 in my home province of Manitoba. And those rebate checks, Madam Speaker, will start to arrive on July 15th and arrive each and every month.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, today the carbon tax increases to 11 cents per litre on fuel, while prices in northwestern Ontario and across the country are skyrocketing. Housing prices have doubled, groceries are up across the board, and 6 in 10 Canadian families with kids are now worried they will no longer be able to put food on the table. Madam Speaker, inflation is at record highs, and families cannot afford to wait for a rebate. They are struggling to get by week, day by day. Madam Speaker, will the government do the right thing and cancel the carbon tax hike?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, and I can tell the members opposite that there's one thing that this government has always in our minds, and that is the well-being of families. Madam Speaker, since we were elected in 2015, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which saw 9 out of 10 Canadian families receive more money than previously. And as of today, Madam Speaker, right here in this province, in that member's riding, families with kids in daycare will receive a 25% reduction in daycare fees. Madam Speaker, we are making life more affordable for families, and we'll keep doing that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Madame la Présidente, depuis...
Madam Speaker, since 1980, Canada has tabled 11 greenhouse gas reductions plans. They've all failed, and this week's is going to fail as well. Why? When it comes to setting a cap on oil and gas industry emissions, the goal of this cap is not to reduce production, which are not motivated by decreases in world demand. In other words, as long as there's a client for Canadian oil, it's drill, baby, drill. When will there be a realistic plan to get away from fossil fuels? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Honourable member for the question, and just remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is committed to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies in the coming 2 years. This is 2 years ahead of schedule. Madam Speaker, we have already phased out 8 tax breaks for the fossil fuel sector, and as outlined in the emissions reduction plan that was tabled this week, we are working on a plan to cap oil and gas emissions and ensure the sector makes an ambitious contribution to meeting the country's 2030 emission goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de Manicouagan.
Les conservateurs applaudissent la...
The Conservatives are applauding the government's plan. That says a lot. On Monday, the IPCC, a group of experts from the United Nations in the environment, will table a report. And in last month's report, the United Nations warned that big polluters are the ones who are burning down our only house. The United Nations also described the abdication of leadership from governments as being criminal. Monday, we're going to read the IPCC's reports, and when we compare it to the plan announced by Ottawa this week, are we actually going to be able to believe that Ottawa is doing enough? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
For the question, and on Tuesday, Madam Speaker, we introduced our emissions reduction plan, which is a practical roadmap to fight climate change, create good jobs and build the clean economy. And just a few highlights, Madam Speaker. We're going to make it easier and more affordable for Canadians to switch to electric vehicles, invest in energy retrofits for greener homes and buildings, establish a greener electricity grid, and reduce oil and gas emissions, and very, very importantly, Madam Speaker, support our farmers as they move to more sustainable agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, this week we have two leaders doing two different things for Canadians at the gas pumps. On one hand, President Biden launched the largest release ever for the U.S. Emergency Oil Reserve and challenged oil companies to increase their oil contribution by 10%. While on the other hand, our Prime Minister caused even more pain at the pumps by hiking the carbon tax. President Biden's actions caused oil prices to decrease 7%, meaning he is reducing gas prices for Canadians. My question, Madam Speaker, is why is the American president doing more for Canadians at the gas pumps than their own Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and then to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit about what our American counterparts are doing with respect to energy transformation. In fact, the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, specifically said in reaction to the heightened gas prices from Putin's invasion of Russia that they are accelerating our clean transition, which will make our country more energy independent and much less vulnerable to the whims of dictators. That is what the U.S. is doing. Frankly, we are also working to transition towards renewables, and that is an important thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, beer, wine, cider, and spirit producers are waking up this morning in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country to an unfair increase in their excise escalator tax. Worse yet, this tax is tied to the Consumer Price Index, meaning the government's failure to tackle our inflation crisis will see this soaring even higher next year. April Fool's Day pranks are only supposed to last until noon. So will the NDP Liberal government give us some good news after this bad joke today and reverse this unfair tax increase?
L'Honorable Ministre du Tourisme.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
I understand the member's question and value the role that the wine, beer, and spirits sector play in our economy, but also in tourism attraction and retention. Now, like other taxes and benefits, the alcohol excise duty rate is calculated automatically every year to account for inflation. And this is the right approach, and it provides stability and predictability for the industry, which is what they asked us when we formed government. The increase is less than 1/5 of 1 penny per can of beer, and other specific measures in place for wine and spirits. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Happy Friday, Madam Speaker. Although for a family in my riding, it is not a happy Friday. A family in my riding has 2 teenage disabled children who require full-time assistance and are not eligible for the $10 a day child care. This family is struggling to make ends meet. To support his family with the necessities, the father must work 2 jobs. How will this NDP Liberal government assist families who are facing rising costs in order to provide the basic needs for their children?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I understand what the constituent that she was talking about was going through. I've spoken to many constituents who have children with disabilities, and that's specifically why we have made sure that in all of our child care agreements that they are inclusive, that they reach the broad needs of every single child across this country, particularly those with disabilities, because we know that there are higher costs for families who have children with disabilities. And so I thank the member opposite for her advocacy, and she can count on this government continue to work for families in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Desnepe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, as fuel costs rise to unprecedented levels, the people of Northern Saskatchewan are outraged that this NDP Liberal coalition would raise their taxes again. Fact, driving is not optional in my riding. Fact, trips for groceries and medical appointments are often very long distances. Fact, there is no public transit nor electric vehicle charging stations. Fact, today my constituents are worse off because of the increase in the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, when will this government realize that raising taxes is the last thing my constituents need?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad our Families Minister stood just a little while ago, and I love the references to the Chrétien government, Madam Speaker, because it reminds me when the Harper government came to power in 2006, what was the first thing they did? They canceled our national child care program. The other thing that they did, Madam Speaker, was that they deep-sixed the Kyoto Climate Accord. The Conservatives have done absolutely nothing on climate change in the last 15 years, Madam Speaker. We now have a national child care program, once again, thanks to the Families Minister and our Prime Minister and those on this side of the House, and we have an emissions reduction plan.
West Kootenay.
People across facing with the rising costs of gas, groceries, and housing. And one way to help them is by eliminating taxes that don't make sense. Low alcohol beer is a healthy and increasingly popular choice, and yet it's charged alcohol excise tax, while low alcohol wine and spirits are not.
I'm sorry, there seems to be a problem, I think, with interpretation. Est-ce que ça fonctionne maintenant? Does it work right now? Okay. Okay, I'll ask the honourable member to restart his question. And I would ask members to hold off on any rhetoric that they want to give at this point. So the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, people across the country are faced with the rising cost of gas, groceries, and housing. And one way to help them is by eliminating taxes that don't make sense. Low alcohol beer is a healthy and increasingly popular choice, and yet it is charged alcohol excise tax, while low alcohol wine and spirits are not. And yesterday I introduced Bill C-267 to provide a simple fix for this anomaly. So will the government support this fix, put it in the budget, and provide some relief for both craft brewers and consumers?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his question and for his private member's bill. And we cannot comment on what will be revealed in the budget next week, but I do hear the member's appeal. I personally enjoy non-alcoholic beer, and I am thrilled to see the rise of craft breweries across the country. They are a tourism draw. We've heard the member opposite, and we will take his suggestions under advisement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's rising food prices are hurting families that were already struggling. 2 million children are now at risk of going to school hungry. In a country as wealthy as Canada, no child should have to get through the day on an empty stomach. For many years, New Democrats have called for a national school nutrition program to give every student access to healthy food. In the last election, both the NDP and Liberals pledged $1 billion towards this urgent priority. Will this critical investment be delivered in Budget 2022?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to start by acknowledging my colleague and several of the members in this House who have been advocating for a national school food policy. I am looking forward to working with them to deliver this for children across the country. We share with them the concern that no child in this country should go to school hungry. We know it improves learning outcomes, and we know it does what it needs for them to make sure that they are healthy. So I look forward to working with him to deliver this for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Madam Speaker, in 2017, the Prime Minister met with His Holiness Pope Francis and invited him to Canada to deliver a public apology to the Indigenous people. For decades, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis families, survivors, and communities have been calling for a papal apology, recognizing the harm done and the ongoing impacts of residential schools. Today, after meetings with Indigenous delegations, Pope Francis apologized to Indigenous people in Canada from the Vatican. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House about this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I'd like to start off by thanking the member from Northwest Territory for his wisdom and guidance in our caucus and his hard work on this. The Government of Canada acknowledges the apology from Pope Francis to the delegation in Rome. We know it is an important step towards rebuilding trust and addressing the historical wrongs committed by the Catholic Church against Indigenous people. We welcome an apology from Pope Francis on Canadian soil. And it would be symbolic for Indigenous people across this country as we continue on our journey of healing in this country.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, Canada's export-dependent sectors have said that the WTO's upcoming ministerial conference must secure ambitious outcomes across the board. This includes removing pandemic-related restrictions, fixing the appellate body, improving transparency. In addition, the global trading community must ensure Russia is condemned in all international institutions. What is the government's plan to ensure that this WTO ministerial conference is used to further isolate Putin and his aggression?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for asking that question. Canada was the first country to revoke Russia and Belarus's most favoured nation status as trading partners under Canadian law. Then Canada worked with our allies to lead a WTO statement condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine and called on WTO members to suspend Russia's most favored nation status and to suspend Russia's accession to the WTO. And as we've said from the very beginning of Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, we will do everything we can to ensure that President Putin and his enablers.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Agricultural producers in Elgin, Middlesex, London and across Canada are experiencing challenges of global fertilizer shortages, increase of the costs in inputs and production, and the increase of the carbon tax just today. These factors are threatening Canada's food supply and the security of the supply chains. What is the government's plan to support Canadian agriculture and agribusinesses to prevent the supply chain disruption and the food shortages?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
I thank the honourable member for her question. She does raise a good question. With regards to fertilizer availability, this is something that our government takes very seriously, is working with our partners and industry leaders to ensure that we have fertilizer available in Canada. I know some farmers were able to book early in December and January, but there are some impacts on farmers today, and we will be continuing to work with the industry to ensure that we have a solution. And the other thing that the honourable member can do is pass C8 right away, because that will give a rebate to farmers today if they work with us on C8. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, the Liberals' failure to take the crisis facing our food supply seriously hurts Canadian farmers and families. The Ontario Agribusiness Association and farmers in my riding support sanctions against Russia. However, they've asked, along with Conservatives, if tariffs will apply to fertilizer purchases before March 2nd and if orders will be allowed to be offloaded here in Canada. With the cost of food rising daily, the last thing we need is additional pressure on our agricultural sector. So, will the minister, for once, actually respond to the concerns of Canadian farmers?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his question. He does raise a good question. Fertilizer availability is important in Canada. At the same time, this is caused by Putin's illegal war, and we have to take serious action against that. We know that we are working with the industry to ensure that fertilizer remains available in Canada, and it remains at a reasonable price. Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Canadians are still deeply concerned that this government has no plan to address skyrocketing food and gas prices. An inflation crisis, coupled with supply chain shortages, are forcing many businesses to raise prices anywhere from 25% to 40% just to stay afloat. Higher energy, fertilizer, wheat, corn prices are all impacting the cost of food here in Canada. When will the Prime Minister finally table a plan so that Canadians can feed their families?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
The Conservatives continue to ignore basic economic facts. Canada's GDP rose again in January, making 8 consecutive months of growth. We've recovered over 3.4 million jobs lost during the pandemic. 2021 was Canada's largest annual trade surplus since 2008, totaling $6.6 billion, and we retain the S&P Moody's AAA credit rating. That's delivering for Canadians. That's delivering for small business. That's real leadership.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, services to Francophone veterans are not getting better, they're declining. An application for disability benefits from an Anglophone military member takes 20 weeks, and Francophones, though, have to wait 76 weeks. That's 6 months longer than in 2018, and yet the minister says that all is well. The Veterans Committee wrote to him so that he can explain to us why expert analysts are saying just the opposite. We're still waiting for him to reply. So when will the minister finally be accountable to Francophone veterans? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister's sound is insufficient for the interpretation to continue.
Je m'excuse, l'honorable député va falloir qu'il accorde.
The honourable member will have to check his connection. I apologize. The honourable member does not have his headset, and so we cannot take his answer. Thank you.
Il y a quelqu'un d'autre. Ouais, mais il n'est pas plugué, là. On attend. Okay, je veux rappeler à tous les
I'd like to remind all members, ministers and parliamentary secretaries that they need to use proper equipment or else they will not be able to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for having recognized me. So, as I said earlier, we recognize that we must do much more for Francophone veterans when it comes to making decisions regarding their applications. Since that time, we have put in place a Francophone unit that is dedicated to improving the services for Francophone veterans. And in addition, we have hired a number of Francophone and bilingual agents to help them. And this is $40 million of an investment to make progress on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Ribelle-des-Mille. Madam Speaker, services to Francophone veterans are declining. An expert confirmed that some 1,200 veterans had to engage in a veritable battle to finally obtain services. And she said that public servants are recommending to veterans to apply in English because it won't take them as long to get a response. In other words, in Canada, if you can't get French services, then speak English. Is that how we thank Francophones for their service to our country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And that is not what we must do. People need to be served in French, and that is why we dedicated an entire Francophone unit to these services. We have hired more bilingual agents, and in addition, it is our government which invested over $11 million to help serve and support veterans across Canada. We have been there for veterans, and we will continue to do that, including for Francophones.
Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, Canadians are proud of both official languages, French and English. Those languages have to be protected and incorporated into federal provincial agreements. If the federal government doesn't enforce the Official Languages Act, then who will? In addition, we have to stop the decline of French in Canada now. Will the Official Languages Minister commit to amending Bill C-13 in order to include mandatory language clauses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his diligent work on the Official Languages Committee. Our government understands the challenges with regard to official languages and their importance. We seek to improve the positive measures in the bill, and we are working with our provincial and territorial partners. We are considering everything and the impacts on official languages. We are going to look at the amendments, work with the opposition and the communities across the country to improve the bill. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I am appealing to the government to help Ms. Laurence Courtois-Gagnon, a young Canadian mother who had to flee the war in Ukraine with her newborn, Leo, and take refuge in Poland. She desperately wants to get back to Canada, but the Warsaw Embassy has not yet issued a citizenship certificate for her baby, who is also Canadian, which would allow him to get a passport to come back. What does the government intend to do to help this lady? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Since the beginning of this war, Canada has been there to help the Ukrainians to flee the war. We are going to continue to work with them. In fact, this week, we have welcomed over 12,000 Ukrainian refugees, and you know very well that individual cases cannot be discussed. I would reckon my colleague to come and see me, and we'll work together. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, today I am rising for the 17th time in 2 years concerning the labour shortage in my riding and the interminable immigration delays. In an article on Radio-Canada March 18th, we learned that Immigration Canada is being sued by immigration lawyers for excessive delays in Quebec. Understaffed businesses and citizens in waiting are discouraged and their patience is wearing thin. When will the minister finally do his job and reduce these delays? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Listen, I would just like to make a point here in this House because since the beginning we have welcomed and processed some 500,000 permanent residents, and we have reached a historic number. 143,000 applications for permanent residency have been received and processed in the past 3 months, and we have to do more, and we're going to continue to do so, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Madam Speaker, Canada and Caribbean nations share deep ties. By working together with our partners, we can meet the challenges that we are all facing, including matters of regional stability, COVID-19, and climate change. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs inform this House how Canada's role in co-organizing the CARICOM ministerial meeting helps us meet these challenges and strengthen these essential ties? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague from Bourassa for his important work. This morning, the Minister of Foreign Affairs indeed co-organized the ministerial meeting of CARICOM with her counterpart in Belize. They discussed regional safety and stability in Haiti and Nicaragua, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and efforts to ensure a sustainable recovery from COVID-19 and climate change. These ties are essential for Canada and the world.
Madam Speaker, this NDP Liberal government continues to try to destroy the oil and gas industry in Canada. First the carbon tax, then the clean fuel standards, now a call for a 42% emissions reduction. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, which produces a third of the petrochemicals in the country, they'll be hard-pressed to remain competitive under these punishing rules that don't apply to foreign oil. The carbon footprint won't be leaving the planet, just the Canadian jobs. So why are the Liberals trying to destroy thousands of jobs in this country in order to give them to foreign producers with higher emissions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, it's really important, I would like to highlight, the industry actually made the commitment to move to reduce emissions and to have a pathway to net zero by 2050. We actually took them up on their offer. When it comes to speaking to the emissions reductions plan, the Oil Sands Pathways, which represents oil sands producers, actually spoke in support of this plan. This is a plan that is working to reduce emissions and make sure we have a clean economy for the future, creating sustainable jobs.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Madam Speaker, U.S. representatives on the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission have delayed the passage of their 2022 budget because of Canada's long-standing appropriation shortfall in meeting its treaty obligations. In Fisheries Committee, the Minister agreed with my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's that the best decision for Canada would be to pay its bills and not allow invasive species to contaminate our Great Lakes. When will this NDP Liberal government pay the remaining $9 million on our obligation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, this government has had the back of workers and people in the industry. We'll continue to work in the best way possible to achieve outcomes that are shared, that are direct, that stand by the principles of this government. That is unwavering, and that is what we're committed to do.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, the Minister of Justice denied that Bill C-5 would allow human traffickers to serve their sentences at home. That's crazy. The Minister doesn't even know his own bill. Human trafficking is a vicious crime, and traffickers prey on the most vulnerable. And in Canada, a lot of them are Indigenous women and girls. Can the Minister explain how giving sex traffickers house arrest will protect its victims, and why does he think that this is okay?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to criminal justice system reform. It's a promise we made to Canadians, and we intend to keep it. This is about criminal justice policy that actually keeps our communities safe. A justice system that targets unfairly Indigenous peoples, Black and marginalized communities is not effective, does not keep us safe, and must be changed, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fight against climate change should be a top priority. The impact of climate change are having a greater and more direct impact on developing countries and are disproportionately affecting women and girls. With the increasing frequency and severity of flood, drought, and the loss of biodiversity, women and girls are the ones that most impacted by natural disaster and the first to go without food when crop fails. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of International Development tell us what Canada is doing to do its part in this fight against climate change?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Richmond Centre for his advocacy and his question. Our government recognizes that more support is needed to women and girls who are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, natural disasters, and biodiversity loss. That is why we announced $67.5 million in international assistance funding that will provide support to 8 projects. These projects will support women's leadership in climate change adaptation, mitigation, and natural resource management. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwana-Newcastle.
Madam Speaker, 2030 is quickly approaching, and the Liberals still don't get it when it comes to climate change. They refuse to meet the urgency of this moment. They're still handing out billions to big oil, and it's no surprise emissions continue to go up. We can't wait any longer. We need infrastructure investments for Indigenous and Northern communities already paying the price of climate change. Canada's infrastructure bank is just sitting there, literally, because it has yet to complete one project. That's why we in the NDP want to put it to work with my bill C-245. Will the Liberals stand with Indigenous and Northern communities by voting for this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Manitoba from the question. And Madam Speaker, Tuesday was a very exciting day. It was the day the emissions reduction plan was announced, a roadmap for Canada to reach our ambitious climate targets, sector by sector. It's getting great reviews, Madam Speaker, from environmental groups to banks to the resource sector. Let me cite a few for the honourable member. Andrew Weaver, former leader of the Green Party, has praised it. World Wildlife Fund. Oh, and here's a very important one from David Suzuki, who says for the first time Canada charts a credible path to 40% emissions reduction by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
C'est la fin de la période de questions.
This ends question period. Tabling of documents.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan rises to move. Mr. Speaker, there is unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that the list of members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee be changed to Ms. Marie-Hélène Gaudreau from Laurentides-Labelle to replace Mr. Terrien Laprairie. All those who are opposed to the Honourable Members from Manicouagan's motion, please say no. The House has heard the motion. Anyone who opposes the motion should please say no. Carried.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Peace.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I have several petitions to present today. The first one is calling on from Canadians from across the country. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. They recognize that we cannot say that we believe in preventing sexual violence against women while allowing pornography companies to freely expose our children to violent, explicit sexual imagery day after day, which is a form of child abuse. As such, they note that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop means to protect children from the forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt legislation that would require websites to have meaningful age verification on all adult websites. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents who are from the towns of Fox Creek and Swan Hills. These 2 towns are in northern Alberta. The petitioners say that the rising heat costs and other expenses makes life more expensive in northern Alberta. They also have to travel great distances to access groceries and shopping centers. The petitioners state that there's an arbitrary line that runs across Alberta preventing Fox Creek and Swan Hills residents from accessing the northern residents' deduction. The petitioners are asking on the government to include Fox Creek and Swan Hills communities within the prescribed intermediate zone, allowing the people that live in these 2 communities to be able to receive the northern residential deduction for living in northern Alberta. The next petition I have to present is on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the charities that could be targeted based on their views and forced into a values test. The petitioners note that the Liberals have promised to deny charitable status to groups that they view as dishonest. They said that this could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other organizations. They also note that the Liberals previously used the values test to discriminate against groups applying for the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. The petitioners are asking the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on politically and ideological neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious views and without the imposition of another values test. They are asking for an affirmation of their freedom of expression as Canadians. And the final petition I'm presenting today, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are opposed to and want an end to the COVID-19 mandates. The petitioners state that throughout the pandemic, truckers have served Canadians and are heroes, but now are subject to vaccine mandates impacting the supply chain. They say the Prime Minister has politicized vaccines and insulted Canadians who disagree with him. Moreover, the petitioners comment that it is the sacred duty of the government to guard against discrimination and guarantee the freedoms of all Canadians. The petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to immediately end all COVID vaccine mandates implemented and controlled by the federal government, which includes federal employees, truckers, and travelers. They're also calling to the end for all mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to table this petition for members largely from the Powell River region who have a lot of concerns about DFO and the fact that funding has not been increased for Community Economic Development Program hatcheries since 1982. My constituents are very passionate and want to see an increased annual contribution for the Powell River Salmon Society hatchery, to allocate any increase to the conservation staff funds to the CEDP program, and of course to ensure proper representation of coastal communities by DFO staff members, which continues to be a major concern in the region that I serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De Kenora.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Together. Ça semble fonctionner.
All right, I think it's working now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Petitioners note that Canada is home to 1.4 million citizens of Ukrainian descent, and that Canada was the first country to recognize Ukrainian independence in 1991. Petitioners are calling on the government to provide further lethal defense weapons and supplies to the Ukrainian people, and they're also calling on the government of Canada to immediately urge NATO allies and Ukraine-friendly nations to close the airspace over Ukraine and deploy peacekeeping troops to the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The petitioners call on the federal government to take bolder action to address the climate crisis, including a transition to a more sustainable economy, investments in green jobs for Canadians, respect for Indigenous rights, and expansion of the social safety net so no one is left behind. I want to thank For Our Kids for their advocacy and their work to build a more sustainable future for generations to come.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Regina Westcannon.
Speaker, I would like to present two petitions today, both related to Canada's military contribution to the war in Ukraine, and both signed by the Ukrainian community in Regina and southern Saskatchewan. The first petition calls on the Government of Canada to resume providing RadarSat image intelligence to the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian military. Mr. Speaker, this is something that the Ukrainians have been calling for some time, and is something that Canada can and should be doing to help Ukraine win the war. The second petition calls on the Government of Canada to expedite the approval of any export permits of arms sales to Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I think this one is pretty much self-explanatory. When President Zelensky addressed this chamber just a couple of weeks ago, he was very clear that Ukraine needs military equipment to help win the war. And this petition just says that any military equipment that is provided should be done so in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to present these petitions today on behalf of the Ukrainian community in Regina and southern Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Question inscrite au feuilleton, l'honorable.
Questions on the inner paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader.
If the government's responses to questions number 333 to 336 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que...
Is it the pleasure of the House for the questions to be turned into orders for return and that these documents be tabled immediately?
Il en est ainsi convenu et ordonné.
So ordered.
Du débat... pardon, excusez-moi. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, it's mine. I think I jumped the gun there. I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord.
Agreed? Agreed.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bills.
Second reading of Bill C-13, an act for the substantive equality of Canada's official languages.
Reprise du débat, finalement.
Resuming debate, finally. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-13 amends the Liberals' Official Languages Act, passed in 1969, which was modified by Brian Mulroney's Conservatives in 1988, but it took up the same principles. Before that, for almost a century, the supposed equality of languages under the 1867 Constitution Act never really existed aside from theoretically. When Gilles Duceppe said that there are two languages, that bilingualism at the federal government was English and translation, that's nothing new. French remained the language of translation. Francophone MPs who wanted to be understood had to speak English because there was no simultaneous translation. Anglophones had important economic portfolios, as well as the vast majority of public service positions of leadership, and things haven't changed that much since then. Up until the 70s, there was a nearly complete absence of Francophones in the federal public service. For nearly a century, legislation banished the French language in just about every province that was, for the most part, Anglophone. We just have to think of Regulation 17 in Ontario. That wasn't an exception, and it represented the anglicization of nearly 70% of Francophones in that province. Objectively, however, one should know that there has been some progress, including the passage of bilingual stamps in 1927, bilingual banknotes in 1936, and bilingual federal checks in 1962. So there's been some astonishing progress. That means a lot of people were not content with the state of affairs in Quebec, and this discontent came to a boil and led to the time of Masters in Our Own House, the time of Jean Lesage, the beginning of modern independent movements, the Quiet Revolution. I'm not going to say that it was better outside of Quebec. It's a daily battle to speak French. It's a gesture of resistance. Now, to come back to the Official Languages Act, the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission focused on biculturalism and bilingualism. It met a request formulated in an editorial by André Laurendeau, who proposed a commission of inquiry rather than simply debating on bilingual checks or other crumbs that were thrown to French Canadians. Laurendeau was a federalist, and he wanted the French-speaking Canadian nation to coexist in English Canada. He wanted for Quebec to be recognized as having a distinct status as the heart of French-Canadian society in order to create a more egalitarian partnership between French Canada and English Canada. For him, bilingualism was a secondary instrument. He wanted to see a just distribution of jurisdictions between the federal government and Francophone province. For him, Quebec was a nation, not just a province like the others, or a cultural community. Prime Minister Pearson made the Commission of Inquiry an electoral promise, and he wanted the Canadian Confederation to develop based on the principle of equality between the peoples that founded it. But that didn't go as planned because Mr. Laurendeau passed away during the commission, and a new Liberal leader arrived who was ferociously anti-Québécois nationalist, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And contrary to what's often written in the main recommendations of the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission, Prime Prime Minister Trudeau at the time rejected everything. He rejected the idea of two peoples and two national cultures to only keep the idea of two languages associated to individual rights and multiculturalism, which made Quebec's culture just one culture among many others. It's important to consider this history because the basic principles of this Official Languages Act haven't really changed in spite of the lovely statements around Bill C-13 and in the throne speech. Studying the way languages are managed around the world and the way they classify their language policies allows us to see that they're often based on the principle of territory and collective rights, or the principle of personal and individual rights. Almost all specialists consider that an approach based on territory can ensure the survival and expansion of a minority language, and that's the only approach that works. It's interesting to note that André Laurendeau talked about the Belgian model. If you're in Belgium, everything happens in their language. The entire public service and educational system is in Dutch. That doesn't stop them from learning several other languages and to do it effectively. The main state in Brussels is bilingual. But that's not what we're debating today. Quebec's model is based on the principle of territoriality, with the Charter of the French language, which aims to make French the only official language, the only common language in Quebec, recognizing the historical right of Anglophone communities to maintain their rights and recognizing the right of First Nations to maintain and develop their languages, and their cultures of origin. Quebec deals better with the Anglophone community than Canadian provinces deal with Francophone and Acadian communities. To respond to a certain liberal discourse, I would have everyone note that the principle of territoriality could apply to territories or communities that are Francophone or Acadian that are concentrated in a specific area, as mentioned by one of the specialists who testified before the Official Languages Committee. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be able to have a form of institutional bilingualism like what we already have in regions where Francophones are perhaps less numerous. But this would perhaps represent a minimal gesture to repair the harm that was inflicted on this community by assimilation policies from the past. The Canadian model for official languages is based on the principle of individual personhood. It establishes individual language rights that are transportable throughout all of Canada. It proclaims equal access to federal government services for citizens in both linguistic groups by limiting this access to territories where the numbers justify the offer of service. This approach is based on individuality. It produces a situation where, for many official languages, the strongest language is the only one that develops to the detriment of other more vulnerable languages. And that's what we've observed for the last 52 years under the Official Languages Act. The rate of assimilation of Francophones has increased. All Francophones outside of Quebec is constantly increasing and has hit 40% as of 2016. That means 40% of people who speak French outside of Quebec use English at home. When it comes to language that is used, it went from 4.3% in 1971 to 2.3% in 2016. So there's a serious decline of the use of French that occurred because of the Official Languages Act. The Office québécoise de la langue française predicted a decline of the demographic weight of Francophones in Quebec from 70.9% in 2011 to 69% in 2036. And that was with a scenario of Francophone immigration. And this is less than what the federal government wants to impose. This policy is also partly territorial in nature. When we limit services to where the number justifies the offer of service where there's enough demand, that principle is aberrant. Because where the number justifies it, that means when there's not enough French in a certain area, services get cut. It's as though we had employment legislation that says that when there's an increase in unemployment, we'll just cut employment services. So that means there's a tendency to inflate the numbers to show that there's less unemployment to avoid cutting employment support services. Francophones outside of Quebec are tempted to show that their numbers are higher because they don't want to have their French language services cut. This is good for Ottawa, that gives it the image of being a fair administrator. That means the federal government is denying the decline of French, even if all the data clearly shows, up until recently, there's all kinds of indicators that give us an overall picture that French is supposedly going well. But in Quebec, there's a perverse effect, because the QCGN, like Heritage Canada, uses the first official language spoken indicator in a way that increases numbers. QCGN defends the rights of Anglophone as defined, which includes newcomers in Quebec who are unable to learn French in sufficient numbers to maintain the demographic weight of Francophones in Quebec. We would need 90% of linguistic transfer towards French. Right now, we're at just over 50%. But that comes mainly from the fact that the government of Quebec, for a certain time, the government of Quebec was able to select Francophone immigrants. However, this is less and less the case. The federal government has adopted a two-step strategy where immigration is coming more and more based on temporary study permits, and the main pools of Francophone immigration are seeing abnormally high rates of refusal. The federal government has always denied the decline of the use of French until recently. Another principle at the basis of the Official Languages Act is this symmetry that it establishes between Anglophones in Quebec and Francophone and Acadian minority communities outside of Quebec, which is an aberration that has been criticized quite a bit, especially by the Bloc Québécois. It's easy to demonstrate that this doesn't match up with reality. Even the Laurent Danton Commission showed that in Quebec, not only do Francophones, or rather Anglophones, have considerable privileges, but Francophones often had fewer rates of achievement in schools. This is still the case. They had lower incomes. The average income of Francophones, if we don't use Statistics Canada's trafficked numbers, are inferior to the average income earned by Anglophones in Quebec. The basic principle of official languages in Quebec is subject to controversy, because even in its own province, Quebec is being subjected to the will of the Anglophone majority. We've seen the results. This government has not deprived itself of every opportunity to impose a constitution onto Quebec to weaken its own charter of the French language. The United Nations Human Rights Committee in 1993 confirmed that English-speaking Canadian citizens could not be considered a linguistic minority in the Canadian context where English is the language spoken by the majority. In today's sociolinguistic reality, English in Quebec is the majority language of Canada. It's not the minority language in Quebec. Like in the rest of Canada, linguistic transfers favor the English language disproportionately. This symmetry, which is at the basis of the Official Languages Act, has another perverse effect. It divides Quebec from Francophone communities and Acadian communities outside of Quebec. That means that the federal government has ignored groups that defend the French language in Quebec by alleging they represent a majority. There was a study that was conducted by the Official Languages Committee, and it was the first time in 52 years that the Official Languages Committee actually dealt with that issue. Now, the Official Languages Act has maintained this fictitious symmetry between Anglophone communities and Francophone communities and Acadian communities that justified the federal government's action or choice to massively fund English-speaking groups, and research has allowed us to conclude that this contributed to the Anglicization of Quebec. But if we come back to C13, after the Canadian government announced that it was going to modernize the Official Languages Act, the government of Quebec outlined its own expectations and wanted the Official Languages Act to recognize that French is the minority language throughout all of Canada. It seems to have been heard because we heard this in the throne speech, and it was taken up in Bill C-13. However, the federal government maintains the responsibility of protecting and promoting English, or rather the Anglophone minority within Quebec. So one request was partially acceded to, but the same principles of the old legislation are being maintained. There's nothing specific to defend French in Quebec. Basically, they're saying one thing and the other. So we'll see how this plays out. 1 month before the first modernization bill was presented on the Official Languages Act, the government of Quebec indicated its position by presenting 50 orientations. First of all was the recognition of minority status. As we see, there's a certain recognition that is rather ambiguous and maintains the principle of an Anglophone minority in Quebec that has to be helped. And what we see in the bill, official languages money is going to continue to be funneled to defend English in Quebec. The second orientation was an asymmetrical approach, which we don't see because there's support for English in Quebec. The Official Languages Act should recognize that Quebec is the only administration that has jurisdiction over the language spoken in its territory, and that's not recognized at all. It's actually the opposite. There are measures being imposed that will affect French as the common language, which is going to undermine what the government of Quebec is trying to do. And if there's one strong consensus in Quebec, it's that all political parties, there's a unanimous motion at the National Assembly, mayors of large cities, former premiers, including the very liberal Jean Charest, want Bill 101 to apply to federal corporations. In C-32, there was a clause that prevented Quebec from doing so. There was a clause that made the application of Bill 101 optional. Bill C-13 has a separate bill that ensures that Quebec will not be able to apply Bill 101 to federal corporations. And we see examples like the CEO for Air Canada who said he prefers to speak English. To conclude, The Bloc recognizes efforts that were made to promote and protect French for Francophone communities outside of Quebec. We believe, however, that we can go much further and support what Francophone and Acadian communities are asking for. The demands from the Bloc Québécois and the Government of Quebec have been completely ignored, both in the previous version and this version of the bill. Before the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission, there were two choices. We would have to amend the Constitution, or Quebec would have to be independent. 52 years later, we have the same choices, except we are gradually losing our language. We're risking the loss of our political weight. What's important is for all Quebecers to be well aware of this. And I will conclude by saying, long live French-speaking Quebec.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech this morning and for his diligent work on the Official Languages Committee to protect French. I'm a Franco-Ontarian, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes I have trouble with some of the Bloc's stances, because when we're talking about the promotion and protection of French outside Quebec, well, when speaking as a Francophone, I'd like the Bloc member to explain to me how they are supporting official language minority communities, what their stances are for that as official language minority communities. Answer from the member. We do support the demands of Acadian communities and Francophones outside Quebec to have a central authority to apply this bill. We just don't want any encroachment on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Problem with the enforcement of the Official Languages Act in this country. We had the Commissioner of Official Languages come to committee who said that although there was a huge increase in the complaints of people not complying to the Act, that in fact there was not much he could do about it. And he reports to the Treasury Board but doesn't have to update the Minister of Official Languages. Does the member believe that this has been adequately fixed in this bill?
L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member. I don't think so, because once again, it's going to be shared between Canadian Heritage and the Treasury Board. And also, what we see is that the Official Languages Act is a complete fiasco. We've seen that even within federal institutions, 40% of all Francophones are uncomfortable working in French. And even the vice president of the Public Servants Union said that even in Quebec, there is a systemic discrimination against Francophones and the use of French. And French is always a second-class language. Questions and comments? Virtual, the Honourable Member for Churchill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that with my Bloc colleague, we'll be able to work to bring amendments to this bill. We agree that our first duty in crafting official language policy is to better protect French and curb its inaudible for the interpreter. I'd like to advise the Honourable Member that her sound is cut off. Perhaps she is accidentally on mute. We can't hear her.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me now? Yes, it's working. Thank you. So I will continue. Can we count on my colleagues' cooperation in terms of sending this bill to the committee and to have a central agency responsible for the mandatory language clauses to protect Francophone minorities and to defend the immigration targets for Francophones, which would curb the decline of Francophone communities. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, as I said, yes, as long as there is no encroachment on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. And I don't think that that's the case. So with the FCFA, we've had a number of very productive discussions, and that agency also says that we do need an asymmetrical approach. And we in the Bloc observe that the Official Languages Act should not be applied in Quebec because Quebec must be master of its own language policy. And 91% of Francophones in Canada live in Quebec. So if French continues to decline in Quebec, then that will be more and more difficult for Acadian communities. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This morning, the minister talked about protecting Francophones in minority communities, and I asked her whether French in Quebec is threatened, and if so, what does C-13, what is it bringing in terms of solutions to that? Because she recognized that French was threatened. What she said is that the government will protect the rights of Francophones to work in their language. I'd like to know from my colleague whether this is effective and whether it is actually a new measure. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. In fact, it's the exact opposite, because until recently, the Quebec government had not applied Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses because there was case law against that. And now with the new case law, the federal government, with requests that were made with regard to the bill, well, now this bill means that federal laws take precedence over Quebec laws. And in C-13, Bill 101 becomes optional. In fact, federally regulated businesses can do whatever they like. They can be subject to Bill 101 or to the Official Languages Act, as I said earlier. We heard from Mr. Michael Rousseau from Air Canada, and he's the very best example because he said that he's going to apply the Official Languages Act, and that's not effective. It doesn't work because the French language charter seeks to make French the common language of work, and C-13 provides accommodation to allow individuals to work in French. That's much weaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech, which was based on history, on facts, and I don't agree with him, but I would like to say that he mentioned many relevant facts to help us understand the French fact and bilingualism in Canada. And also, I'd like to commend you, Mr. Speaker. It's the first time I've spoken under your speakership, and I'd like to commend you on the quality of your work. I'd like to come back to my colleague's speech. He mentioned that French is threatened, and everyone knows that. He said that the bill that we're debating today doesn't go far enough, as my colleague from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, also said quite rightly. But I'm wondering what my colleague has to say on the fact that, yes, Quebec is threatened, but beyond laws, there's a reality that is lived on the ground. And we can see, for example, in social media where we're bombarded every single day with information, with communications that are all in English. What does my colleague think about that? And what does he think about that reality? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for his question. I consider, and this is very important because things have calmed down, but I don't think Quebecers are going to allow their language to disappear. They're going to speak out. And right now, the official languages is one of the main reasons why Quebec is becoming more and more English. Because even in Quebec, television, radio, it's all in English. We hear music in English. And in addition to that, the Official Languages Act supports English in Quebec, which means all the so-called positive measures are positive only for English in Quebec. And it gives precedence to minority services. So English, for example, in community associations. So, and all of these are areas of jurisdiction that belong to Quebec. So if this goes on, Quebec will become more and more English, and there will be a language crisis. Questions and comments? There is time for a very brief question left. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like my colleague to comment on the differences between C32 and C13, just in a few words. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île has 45 seconds. In 45 seconds, one of the major differences is that in Bill C32, the application of Bill 101 was optional to federally regulated businesses, but things are much worse in the C13. It's practically a free pass for federally regulated businesses in Quebec because the Quebec Intergovernmental Affairs Minister said to the federal government, don't do this. We need to apply Bill 101 in Quebec. Resuming debate, virtually, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this House in order to underscore the importance of modernizing the Official Languages Act to protect language rights of Canadians. I am a proud Francophile. I was born and raised in Thompson, Manitoba, of immigrant parents. My mother tongue is neither English nor French. My mother tongue is Greek. My parents believed firmly that as citizens of Canada, that my brother and I should have access to education in French. I was able to learn French, not because I was born with it. It was because Francophones waged this war, and so did educators and their allies who fought for language rights, for public investment, and who breathed new life into Manitoban society in terms of the Francophonie. We owe much to our predecessors, both provincially and federally. I am thankful for the government, for the work of the NDP government in Manitoba, of which my father was a part, who fought in the 1980s against discrimination, and who extended the scope of Francophones' language right to both to legislation and to services in Manitoba. I am proud to be part of a generation of Canadians who were able to learn French, one of our official languages. Thanks to Francophone teachers discovered Quebec, Acadia, and Francophone communities in our own province. Thanks to the systems in place, we received new horizons, job opportunities, and life experiences. But the opportunities offered to our generation cannot no longer be taken for granted, and we must continue to ensure that we are bold in supporting Francophone communities and Francophones' fundamental rights. Because unfortunately, it is clear that the French language is declining in Canada and in Quebec. The demographic weight of Francophones is plummeting constantly. It dropped by 25.5% in 1971 to 22.8% in 2016. And yet our official languages and the diversity of our language regimes are what make our identity, and they're an element of social cohesion. That is why protecting and revitalizing our language communities, our official language minority communities rather, guarantees their language rights and ensures the protection and promotion of French. Those are our objectives. What we also see is that the Official Languages Act, in its current form and as it is currently in force, and which has not been reformed since 1988, does not ensure genuine equality between English and French in the country. And there are plenty of examples. There's a lack of Francophone staff. It's hard to find to ensure an entire education from daycare to post-secondary education. It's hard to access justice in French. It's hard to communicate in French in emergency situations, access health care, or public safety services, especially during COVID-19, as the public service unions and the official language commissioner said. And that's without referring to the uncertainty of being able to use your own language in the work world. Even in Montreal, according to the Office québécois de la langue française, 2 out of 3 workers regularly use English in the workplace and hesitate to speak French. It is even worse in the federal public services, where the commissioner told us that the government is not doing enough. His annual report says the linguistic duality of our country cannot thrive within the public service, and that definitely has an impact on the quality of the services offered to the public. In my opinion, the root of this problem is the lack of leadership in official languages within our federal institutions. These are just a few examples among many others, but it reflects a very troubling situation which has gone on for too long. Now, we must act and do everything in our power to fight against the decline in French and protect the language rights of 10 million Canadians who speak French. And that power is in our hands. Over the years, the Canadian society and its linguistic realities have changed. It was high time to reform the bill, and it is with a great deal of delay that this bill has finally come to this House, thanks for the pressures and repeated demands of language communities to put in new measures that would be effective. Since the Liberals came to power, they have turned a deaf ear to the demands and needs of these communities, who have long been sounding the alarm with regard to the decline of French in our country. Official language minority communities are exasperated, not being heard, and being ignored by this government. They are exhausted by the indifference and the lack of leadership on the part of this government as well, and I understand. How can we ignore 10 million of our own citizens? How can the government turn its back on them? The Official Languages Commissioner himself talked about a systemic problem and a lack of maturity within the federal government in terms of the respect of official languages. The Federal Public Service is, in fact, the most reluctant sector to enforce the Official Languages Act. It's time for the federal government to keep its promises, and it's high time for change. I would like to point out that the modernization of the Official Languages Act is a first very important step. I would like to commend certain progress, for example, the recognition of French as a minority language in Canada and in North America because of the predominant use of English. Also, there is the granting of new powers to the Commissioner and the Treasury Board, clarification on the positive measures, the introduction of bilingualism into the Supreme Court, and the obligation for IRCC to adopt a Francophone immigration policy. However, the NDP is aiming much higher. It wants things to be done better because to ensure that this law has more teeth. We want a more ambitious law. We want a law that is truly adapted to current realities of today and tomorrow. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind our communities that the NDP has always supported them and will continue to do so as long as they need this support to ensure that the Official Languages Act responds to their needs. It's the first time in a generation that we have the opportunity to modernize this act, and I want it to be done in the best way possible. We cannot miss out on this golden opportunity, so let's ensure that this bill receives the attention that it deserves. I would also like to underscore some of our priorities with regard to this act. For example, we want to just a moment here. We want to ensure that the Treasury Board is the only responsible authority for coordinating this bill. It is the only entity that is capable of doing so, and it must provide oversight as the central agency responsible for enforcing the bill. To fulfill its role effectively, the Treasury Board must be able to demand that federal institutions give tangible results and that it issue principles and directives for the bill. Sharing responsibility with the Canadian Heritage, which in any case does not have the necessary authority to fulfill this role, will result in conflicts in the interpretation of the bill and a lack of clarity. Therefore, it is indispensable that we develop tools in order to measure the impacts of positive measures, assess the performance of senior officials in the public service, and so forth. I would like to support the proposal of the FCFA, which would allow the Treasury Board to ensure that the Treasury Board cannot delegate its responsibilities. We want a sharing of responsibilities that is clear and effective, and we do not want to repeat the same errors that happened with the successive
clauses linguistiques dans les ententes fédérales provinciales soient introduites pour respecter les besoins de chaque communauté, sans
to respect the needs of each community. Otherwise, they will be forgotten. It's essential that federal institutions be required to negotiate linguistic clauses with provinces and territories. I believe that we should also include a provision that would have the federal government provide the opportunity to work directly with Francophone minority situation communities if ever a provincial or territorial government refuses to sign a commitment, to make a commitment in an agreement for a linguistic clause. We've missed a golden opportunity to move forward on minority Francophone community rights and to provide more opportunities for Francophiles during the negotiation rounds of funding for daycare places. A study from the Network for Economic Development and Employability Canada from 2019 revealed that 9,500 young Francophones were registered on waiting lists for 745 French language daycares outside of Quebec. A child on the waiting list is a child that is in danger of losing its mother tongue and will find itself assimilated into the Anglophone system. It's not normal that to have to fight so much to obtain a place in a Francophone daycare, school, or university. Linguistic clauses could have had an impact to reduce these waiting lists with dedicated funding. Third of all, the Francophone immigration policy that should be put in place by the IRCC should clearly state the main objective of reestablishing the demographic weight of Francophones. We've seen repeated failures from the government to reach its 4.4% French language immigration target since 2003, when we know that the annual proportion of French language immigrants in minority language Francophone communities does not exceed 2%, then we have a right to be indignant. Fewer than 50,000 Francophone immigrants were admitted outside of Quebec between 2008 and 2020, a number much below the 125,000 needed to maintain Francophones outside of Quebec at a proportion of 4.4% of the population. So we need to make up a 75,000 number shortfall of Francophone immigrants. I think that we need to assess the real number of Francophones that are needed in communities, and I would call upon the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship to set up ambitious targets to make up this shortfall. In some communities, we would need 16% Francophone immigration to make up for this demographic shortfall. We're very, very beyond the 4.4% that the government is continuing to tell us. We need to change course. Fourth of all, we want the commissioner to be able to exercise genuine power to dissuade the reluctant institutions that do not want to uphold the Official Languages Act. The order-making power of the commissioner only affects parts 4 and 5 and not part 7, where we would promote the equality of official languages and support the development of minority language, official language, community development. As for administrative monetary penalties, they should not apply to only Air Canada, Via Rail, and others. This measure should be broadened. With regard to positive measures that the federal institutions should take, I agree with the FCFA, which wants to modify the expression measures deemed required to, or rather measures deemed appropriate to measures deemed necessary. This change in wording is necessary, in my opinion, to clarify this obligation. We must absolutely take into account the consultations held with official language minority communities in order to provide a proper response to their needs. Finally, I would pay much attention to the criteria used to define the notion of a strong Francophone presence, because the geographic realities are not the same from one end of the country to the other. We need a clear, precise, and relevant definition. It's through these indispensable changes that we could ensure that the law is adapted to and focused on community needs. The NDP has always supported Francophone communities, requiring guarantees. They require guarantees and certainty. This support for them will continue because we firmly believe that the right to thrive in French should be offered to all. I'll conclude in reminding you that official languages are everybody's business. This has to do with the future of our society and its cohesion. We are fighting to obtain concrete results for Francophones in Quebec and outside of Quebec. In the committee, I'll continue to defend and point out the linguistic rights of minority language communities. The NPD will continue to defend the Canadian linguistic duality that is our source of pride. Our work is far from being done to ensure that French is protected throughout Canada. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I thank the member for an excellent speech and for her incredible work on the Official Languages Committee. She spoke about the importance of having the Treasury Board be in charge, and I'm a bit concerned in my own mind about that, because the Treasury Board has a lot of different priorities, and I'm concerned that maybe official languages will fall to the bottom of what they're doing. Wouldn't it be better to have the Minister of Heritage have the power to actually act and have it under her?
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatinukuk Aski. Thank you to my colleague for her comments and her question. We believe that the responsibility should lie with the Treasury Board, because it has the main responsibility of ensuring that the measures applying to the federal government are actually implemented throughout the federal public service. And this would align with the recommendations of the Official Languages Commissioner and other stakeholders who supplied proposals with regard to the Official Languages Act. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for her French and for her defense of French across Canada. She also mentioned that her father had worked for the Manitoba government. My father also worked to promote official languages here in this House. We are proceeding with second reading here in the House. We will proceed, rather. We've heard the official opposition's proposals to improve this bill. Would the member support a motion for a pre-study at the Official Languages Committee so that we could hear stakeholders before the bill comes back from the committee to the House? The member for Churchill-Kiwatney-Cook Aski. Thank you to my colleague, and I thank him for sharing the historic aspect of this fight for official languages and the protection of French. We're all proud to be able to continue this work already undertaken by our parents or others. As for his question, I believe that in every debate it's essential to debate bills in the House, to give parliamentarians a real chance to share their perspectives, that all parties may be able to do so. Of course, this bill will soon be examined in committee. We need to move forward as quickly as possible, but there needs to be the clear idea that we want to improve this bill in our work. The honourable member for Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She said she agrees that French is indeed in a minority situation in Canada. All the requests made by the Quebec government, however, were refused for very ambiguous reasons. Does she understand that we need to let Quebec decide how to implement its official language policy? That is would be best for Quebec and for French in North America. The member for Churchill, Kiwatinuke Aski. Thank you very much to my colleague for his question. He very clearly explained the Quebec situation, and he also mentioned a study to the Committee on the Decline of French in Quebec. This gave us the opportunity to hear witnesses who had very worrying information to share with us. The NDP supports Quebec's right to manage its own business. When we're talking about French language, Quebec knows what the situation is in Quebec and is able to uphold the rights of minority language communities in its own province. The federal government must respect the jurisdiction of Quebec and take into account this decline of French not only outside of Quebec, but in Quebec. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for speaking so eloquently to the support of this bill and how interesting and important this is to support minority language across Canada, not just here in this place, but everywhere. I come from Alberta, and in Alberta we have a Francophone community. We have, of course, in my city, we have Campus Saint-Jean. We've seen significant attacks on Campus Saint-Jean over the last few months, particularly under the Conservative provincial government. How does this bill help those minority communities to see that their language will be protected in other places like Alberta?
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatinuke Aski. Thank you.
Other colleagues from Edmonton Strathcona have been champions for Collège Saint-Jean and defending Collège and the Francophone community in Alberta against vicious attacks by the provincial government. C'est à cause de cette réalité.
It's because of this reality that the NDP recommends various measures to improve the bill. One of the measures would be to ensure that federal-provincial agreements include linguistic clauses as well as elements on investments for the protection or investments and specific protections, investments in and specific protections of Francophone communities outside of Quebec. We feel that the opportunity was missed when the last federal-provincial agreements were concluded on daycares. We need an approach towards post-secondary education, health, and in every other area that protects the rights and supports the needs of Francophone communities outside of Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to ask my colleague another question. I know that at the Official Languages Community, she mentioned the importance of Francophone immigration. I'd like to hear her speak about her suggestions for improving Bill C-13 in the area of Francophone immigration. How can we support community associations working across the country so that they can enhance Francophone immigration? The member for Churchill-Kawartini-Aski. Thank you very much to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for raising this very important point. It's clear that, well, first and foremost, it's so important that the bill we have before us refer specifically to an immigration policy. But we need to go further. The bill should state clear targets that would make up the shortfall. As I mentioned, the 4.4% immigration target does not reflect the current demographic weight of French, which is on the decline in Canada. We need to do more. And, of course, we need to invest in community organizations who work with immigrants. Here in the region of southwestern Ontario, I was able to meet the ACFO. They said they really need sustained funding, not yearly funding, to be able to support immigrants. And our policy towards French-speaking students needs to be changed. There have been unacceptable refusals of French-speaking French-speaking African students. We need to include then these associations. They want to help build stronger Francophone communities. There's still a lot of work to be done. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Official Languages. I see there's a point of order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that while the debate is interesting, there's few people here in the House today. Could we please ensure that we have quorum by counting the members online as well? We will check. We'll ask the honourable members online to turn on their cameras so that we can, in fact, ensure that there is quorum. We do indeed have quorum right now. Resuming debate then, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Francophone from the Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury region with a deep Francophone history, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make these remarks today. The Franco-Ontarian flag, designed by Mr. Gaétan Gervais, a history professor at Laurentian University, and Michel Dupuis, a student from the same institution, was officially raised for the first time in Sudbury on September 25, 1975, at the University of Sudbury. In 1958, my father, Gaétan Serré, former MP for Nickel Belt, also attended the University of Sudbury. And in 1969, as an MP, he voted here in this House to pass the Official Languages Act. That's a point of pride for me. Since 2019, our government has been mandated to take stock of the linguistic situation in Canada and the evolution of official languages since the adoption of the first Official Languages Act over 50 years ago. The linguistic picture is constantly changing, and the world we live in has also changed since 1969. It was time to look at the successes of the law as well as its challenges in order to propose a new and modernized vision of our linguistic duality and bilingualism. The context for modernizing the Official Languages Act is unique. While the entire planet is plunged into a health crisis with COVID-19 in Canada, we have seen how the pressures and urgency to act can have an impact on the application of obligations when it comes to communications and services to the public. We had a duty to act, and we did, so that we could reflect this situation in our modernization project. For over 50 years, the Official Languages Act has helped shape the country's linguistic landscape. It not only established institutional bilingualism and allowed Francophones to have a career in the federal public service, but also to be served and educated in their language.
La loi a protégé les droits de nos...
For 50 years, in addition to promoting our two official languages, the Act has protected the rights of our official language minority communities, both Francophone communities across Canada and English-speaking communities in Quebec, and ensured their vitality. In my writing, the federal government's support and commitment has been realized through direct support for Francophone projects such as Place des Arts in Sudbury and West Nipissing Arts Council. Also through Francophone immigration networks and post-secondary education like Collège Boréal. This is an inescapable Canadian reality, an appreciable Canadian distinction, but it is also a challenge, a situation that requires Canada's intervention. We have a duty and an obligation to support the vitality of these communities from coast to coast to coast for tomorrow and generations to come. Our rich history reflects the presence, perseverance, and resilience of Francophone minority communities across the country and English-speaking communities in Quebec. Maintaining the demographic weight of these communities is important to us. The numbers speak for themselves. The demographic weight of the Francophone population is eroding. The proportion of people whose first language spoken is French, who live outside Quebec, has dropped from 6.6% in 1971 to 3.9% in 2011. Statistical projections are not much better. Despite efforts in the areas of Francophone immigration and protection of the right to access federal services in the language of one's choice, more needs to be done in order to respect our government's responsibility and commitment to enhance the vitality of official language minority communities.
Décisions qui agissent comme un...
We need strong institutions that act as a beacon within these communities. We also need better data to better target our interventions in these communities. To do that, we need federal institutions to listen to our communities. We know that minority communities, both Francophone and English-speaking, need institutions and services in their language. These institutions are part of the public space they need to live in their language and to flourish. When we talk about services, we're talking about those offered by large public institutions, such as provincial or municipal governments, or community organizations. These include school boards, daycares, community health clinics, cultural organizations. The bill that our government has introduced aims, among other things, to develop the full potential of these communities by supporting the vitality of institutions in key sectors. To do this, we want to make changes to Part 7 of the Official Languages Act, including concrete examples of positive action. For example, providing support to key sectors of official language minority communities such as education, employment, health, immigration, culture, and justice. Include an obligation for the Government of Canada to contribute to an estimate of the children of those entitled to minority language education. Also, affirm the Government of Canada's commitment to strengthening the continuum of education from early childhood to post-secondary in the minority language. Madam Speaker, these amendments would require the government to take more positive measures to support official language minority communities. They would clarify the obligations of federal institutions, including consultation with these communities, and protect key services and programs. The bill we have introduced presents concrete and sustainable solutions to protect the sustainability of our official language minority communities and their institutions. The bill also proposes innovative advances, including the creation of new rights to be served and to work in French in private sector companies under federal jurisdiction. Our government is deeply committed to our two official languages and to its communities across Canada. Tabling this bill, the tabling of the bill, to modernize the Official Languages Act is a great moment for our identity as Canadians and for the defense of our language rights, both now and for generations to come. Speaking directly with Francophone activists and organizations in Nickel Belt, Greater Sudbury, such as the Centre de Santé Communautaire, or Community Health Center, ACFO, post-secondary institutions, and others, I know how proud they are of these initiatives. They want to offer services for and by Francophones. The desire to build a region formed by Francophones and promote the development of language and culture in minority setting is something that the government does understand. We've long known that our broad official languages objectives can only make a real difference in the lives of Canadians if they're implemented in concert with communities. The bill sets the stage for enhanced cooperation between federal institutions and official language minority communities. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank my colleague opposite for an excellent speech and for his work on official languages. I wanted to know whether he thought that the sanctions that are now able to be imposed on those that don't comply with the Act, whether he thought they were adequate enough to drive the right behaviour.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci. Thank you, honourable colleague, for her question and her work that we've done on several committees in the past. And it's a really important question. When we look at the Commissioner of Official Languages, made several recommendations. Some of those recommendations were included in the previous bill, C-32. We've listened to the community, to the communities across the country, and we've also listened to the Commissioner during this time. And C-13 now has more teeth for the Commissioner, looking at more, making their public statements, looking at les sanctions pécuniaires, not sure what the English term, I forgot. So we know that the official Commissioner has now more powers and is really, really pleased with the additional responsibilities that the Commissioner has now to officially look at the Official Languages Act. Merci, thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you. Along the same lines of the question I asked earlier, I would like to know, for Quebec, more specifically, because we've talked a great deal about French language minority communities, for Quebec, what is a positive measure that further protects Quebec? The fact that they give people the right to work in French in Quebec is not a positive measure, and it doesn't improve the situation of French in Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you for the question. When we look at Bill C-13, and we look at minority communities throughout the country, When we look at the bill, we're looking at central organizations. We're looking at including private businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. We all agree that the decline of French in Quebec and Canada is something that requires us to find ways to work with communities and provinces and the federal government to ensure that we protect French in Quebec and throughout the country.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente,
Thank you very much. I listened to today's debate with great interest. One thing that I was struck by was the number of members in the House that have names that were originally French. It demonstrates that throughout our history, French-speaking Canadians have traveled and moved throughout the entire country. I would like to ask my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary for the official for Heritage, I'm wondering how to value Francophone communities all throughout Canada. We don't have much time, but I'll give the Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague mentioned, we have Francophiles here in the House. Francophones and Francophiles throughout the entire country. Bilingualism is important, and we need to find ways to promote French, and we need to work together to support communities throughout the country. We will do so by working with organizations and provinces, and C13 is one measure that will help support this throughout the country. As it is 1:30, the House will now move on to private members' business pursuant to today's order paper.
Business consideration at second reading of Bill C-228, Pension Protections Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Lewis Essex, moves that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, and the Pensions Benefit Standards Act 1985, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Débat. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is April Fool's Day, and so I could not start this speech without saying that one would have to be a fool not to support my private member's bill. My private member's bill is centered on pension protection, working to prevent the loss of pensions for employees whose companies have declared bankruptcy. Canadians deserve to know that the contributions they've made their whole life will result in a secure financial future for themselves and for their families. But the last few years have shown us that security can disappear in a moment. We need to do better for Canadians. My bill will remedy this issue. The bill does three things. It requires that an annual report on the solvency of pension funds be tabled here in the House of Commons for greater transparency and oversight. Secondly, it provides a mechanism to transfer funds into a pension fund to restore it to solvency or to ensure the insolvent portion until the fund can be restored. Finally, in the case of bankruptcy, pensions would be paid out ahead of large creditors and executive bonuses. Pour remettre les choses en contexte,
To put this in context, there have been far too many cases of companies declaring bankruptcy to the detriment of their own employees. Nortel Networks went bankrupt in 2009, leaving 200,000 Canadians on the hook for their pension plans. An article in the Financial Post in 2016, entitled "The Big Lesson from Nortel Networks: Pensions Are Never Guaranteed," outlined the battle these employees have been fighting since they tried to recover a portion of their share of Nortel's assets valued at $7.3 billion. Legal and consulting fees amounted to more than $1.9 billion. further reducing the amount the former employees were trying to obtain. By the end of 2016, according to CBC, former Nortel employees were happy with the deal they'd reached, according to which they would receive 40 cents on the dollar, which was an improvement over the 10 cents on the dollar that was initially offered. However, in 2020, employees were rebuffed again when the Ontario Pension Benefits Guarantee Fund was able to pick up some $200 million in pensioners' money from Nortel's bankruptcy proceedings. All told, the mess surrounding the Nortel case represents a battle that lasted more than 11 years for former employees who suffered many defeats in their efforts to simply obtain the financial security to which they were entitled. And that's just one example.
Canada is another infamous case, perhaps one of the most well-known. Between 2005 and 2013, Sears Canada paid more than $3 billion in dividends to shareholders, even as it was operating at a loss, and its pension plan was underfunded by about $133 million. In 2017, Sears Canada declared bankruptcy after attempting to restructure. During that restructuring, Sears Canada faced heavy criticism for giving retention bonuses to 43 executives and senior managers, but they did not plan to offer severance to laid-off employees. Allegedly, the bonuses were intended to maintain the morale of senior staff at the cost of providing the necessary funds to the company's pension plan, leaving more than 17,000 pensioners cheated of their full pensions. Sears pensioners learned that their payments were going to be cut by 30%. 72-year-old Ron Husk of Mount Pearl, Newfoundland, told the CBC that the cut caused his monthly pension payment to drop by $450. Many said they'd have to go back to work in sales in their 70s. Pensioners in Ontario fared marginally better because of the provincial mechanism that protects the first $1,500 of a pensioner's payment. But it made little difference overall, and in today's era of extreme inflation is helping even less. Looking back further, when Eaton's company folded in 1999, the vast majority of their 24,500 employees were terminated without being paid termination pay and severance pay and other amounts owed to them. All employee and retiree health and other benefits were cancelled. In the end, the liquidator released payments to employees and retirees of just 53.7 cents on the dollar. There are several other noted cases where courts have ruled in the favor of creditors and lenders over pensioners, including Indelex, Stelco, and Grant Forest Products, among others. In the Indelex case, Indelex Limited obtained creditor protection under the company's Creditor Arrangement Act, known as the CCAA. The court authorized Indelex to obtain debtor-in-possession, or DIP, financing, which would provide the company with loans to allow it to continue operating its business during the restructuring period. These DIP lenders had super priority over the existing debt, equity, and other claims. At a hearing for the approval of this motion in 2008, two groups of pension claimants opposed the distribution, asserting that assets equal to the funding deficiencies in two defined benefit pension plans administered by Indelex were deemed to be held in trust and should be given to the pension plans in priority over the DIP lenders. The CCAA court ruled in favor of the DIP lenders, not the pensioners. This decision was upheld and became a precedent for the Grant Forest Products case. Sadly, many other examples of workers who did not receive their full pensions exist. Il ne fait aucun doute que ce problème existe depuis longtemps.
There is no question that this has been a problem for some time, and the government needs to step up to the plate and take strong action to fix it and protect Canadian workers. I want to acknowledge the contributions of some of my colleagues in the House. A number of members from all parties came to me with bills on this very issue. In 2018, my colleague, the member for Durham, introduced Bill C-405, a Pension Benefits Standards Act, to authorize the administrator of an underfunded pension plan to amend, in certain situations, the plan, or to effect a transfer of assets or liabilities of the pension plan to another plan. There wasn't enough support for this initiative because changing the type of pension plan or the pension received means that the contract signed by employees who've worked for a number of years for a company with the expectation of receiving a certain pension is no longer respected. However, his bill did call for the tabling of an annual report to Parliament on the solvency of pension plans. I found this to be a useful and brilliant feature, and I included it.
Annual report on the solvency of a fund, but it goes to the Superintendent of Finance, and what, if any, actions are taken is not clear. In fact, there is evidence with companies like Air Canada that pension fund insolvency has been allowed to continue for far too many years. My bill will require this report to be tabled here for greater transparency and oversight. In October 2017 and again in 2020, the bloc member for Manicouagan introduced her private member's bill, C-253, which would amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the CCAA. The bill would provide priority status for pensions in the event of bankruptcy proceedings. This bill ultimately made it to committee, but died on the order paper when the Liberals called the election. I've incorporated her bill here with some suggestions that were brought forward. There was concern that implementing an immediate priority for pensions could have unintended consequences. The suggestion was to have the coming into force of the reporting on the insolvency of funds to happen immediately, along with the mechanism to top up the fund to restore it to solvency. It was recommended to have several years of time for companies to get their funds in order before implementing the priority part. 5 years was suggested in this bill, but there are stakeholders who would prefer to see it at 3 years. I'm flexible about this, and these are exactly the types of conversations that need to happen when the bill goes to committee. Most recently, the NDP member for Elmwood Transcona reintroduced work first put forward by the former MP Scott Duval. What was originally C-259 in 2020 would amend the Act to ensure that claims in respect of unfunded liabilities or solvency deficiencies of a pension plan were accorded priority in the event of bankruptcy proceedings. And it would also provide that an employer had to maintain group insurance plans that provide benefits to or in respect of its employees or former employees. This was the part of the bill that was a sticking point. This bill would also amend the Pensions Benefit Standards Act to empower the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to determine that the funding of a pension plan is impaired or that the pension plan administrator is at risk, and to set out measures to be taken by the employer in respect of the funding of the plan in such cases. So, Madam Speaker, what I did was cherry-pick from all of the ideas that were previously supported by this House and put them all together in Bill C-228. Learning from both the numerous cases of company collapse and the various pension protection bills that came before to improve pension protection in a way we can all agree on is my goal here today. I will also want to acknowledge that the Liberal member for Whitby is sponsoring an e-petition, 3893, on pension protection, supporting this very issue. My bill has been reviewed by a variety of stakeholders, including the Canadian Federation of Pensioners and the Canadian Association of Retired Persons. Bill Van Gorder, the Chief Operating Officer of CARP, offered this quote: "Most older Canadians have fixed incomes but face rising costs, growing inflation, and an unpredictable economy and retirement savings that suffer as a result. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons believes it's vital that the federal government protect pensioners by giving them priority status and creates a pension insurance program that ensures 100% of pension liabilities. This proposal would go a long way in making that happen."
Some banks and large financial institutions have expressed concern to me. They are concerned that if pensioners are given priority, companies with insolvent funds will have to pay higher interest rates to obtain credit and will be less likely to apply for credit. This is part of the reason why the timing of the implementation must allow time for companies with insolvent funds to get their finances in order. I would like to point out that if after 5 years a company is not able to get its fund solvent, then it should indeed pay a higher interest rate to obtain credit because it is truly a higher risk. The Canadian Labour Congress would like to see unions have a say in how priorities are set when it comes to pensions. I believe that if we can all agree on the priority rating and put it in the legislation so that it is not subject to whim or pressure, we will be successful in strengthening pension protection.
Of funds for greater transparency so we can ensure actions are being taken to protect pensions, creating a mechanism to top up the funds to restore solvency, and in the event of bankruptcy, ensuring that people who have worked their whole lives receive a pension that is what they were promised. The Library of Parliament has created an excellent table from the 3-inch thick Bankruptcy Act to show where I'm suggesting pensions go in the priority discussion. They come after source deductions for CPP, QPP, and EI, and taxes due, after suppliers take back their goods delivered within a month of bankruptcy, after salaries up to $2,000 and the associated contributions, and before secured claims, preferred claims, and unsecured claims. Many of the members of this House in all parties have indicated their support to get this bill to committee. I'm open to consideration of other suggestions on how we can work to improve this bill to provide a successful outcome for Canadians, and I look forward to the Industry Committee's review of the bill. I want to thank my colleagues for all their support in drafting this bill, and to the MPs from Durham, Manicouagan, and Elmwood-Transcona for their efforts to enhance pension protection. I would also like to thank Mr. Van Gorder for his support, and Mr. Mike Powell, the President of the Canadian Federation of Pensioners, for his invaluable help on this bill. Finally, I want to end in a call to action. For many years, this House and the Senate has tried to address this issue. We have the opportunity now as members of Parliament in difficult times to come together and ensure Canadians no longer find their pensions and retirement in jeopardy. We can work together to ensure Canadians are able to live in dignity in their golden years, able to support themselves and their families with their hard-earned pensions. Let's show Canadians that we have their interests at heart. Please support Bill C-228. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start by acknowledging the incredible work that the member from Sarnia-Lambton has done, and I applaud her approach in working with all parties and members of the House that are concerned with this important issue to put something forward that I think is a hybrid that includes hopefully the best of all possible solutions. And I really applaud that approach. I think it's very constructive, and I do appreciate her efforts. I wondered if the member from Sarnia-Lambton could just go a little further into contrasting her approach with the option that was previously proposed in the 43rd Parliament, which was, I think, super priority status. Could she speak to that a little bit further? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Whitby for putting forward his petition, which I encourage all Canadians to sign. I think this is an issue that everyone in this chamber and all Canadians are concerned with. In terms of the priority, there has been discussion about super priority and where it should go in the list. And so when we look at all of the things that need to be paid out, from the beginning, and we see that, the source deductions, CPP, things that were owed already, taxes that were due, these things need to be paid. And then we think about suppliers, many of whom are small businesses who need to be able to get back their goods that they have, given and arguably aren't going to be paid for. So that's important. Then there are a number of salaries that need to be paid, people that have worked their time and need to receive that. But after that, the argument is that large creditors actually could withstand the failure of a company much better than an individual who is counting on that pension for their whole financial security for their future. And so that is why we would put individual pensions ahead of secured creditors and ahead of unsecured creditors. They would be further up in the list. These are the discussions we're going to have at committee, and I look forward to that.
Questions, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sarnia Lambton for tabling this bill and for having been so open. I've heard her many times today, and she says that, and I want to say that I agree with her, that we're ready to adopt this type of bill. So already I can tell her that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting her bill, and I think it could get to committee very quickly. So that's my comment, but I also have a question because I'd like to come back to June 2021 when we participated in committee and everyone agreed, even on with regard to the 3 as opposed to 5 years, to give companies the time they need to make a change. So I appreciate her openness, and I wonder if she thinks that we can remove the specification about 3 versus 5 years. Thank you.
It would be.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton. I'd like to thank.
Hard work of bringing the bill forward with the priority part in the first place and went through committee with it. That said, in terms of the discussion of how long you should wait, there was concern that if there are situations where pension funds aren't solvent already, that the priority thing may still not be a good answer. The person may still not only receive cents on the dollar. Better to get those pension funds in order before that happens. And so those are discussions we can have. I'm open to all of it, but let's get this done for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the member from Sarnia Lambton for bringing this forward for debate, and looking forward to providing some more remarks on the bill later. But wanting to ask, particularly in respect of some of the provisions around the Pension Benefit Act, I think some of the concerns that have been raised around those provisions have to do with the ability of an administrator, just with the permission of the superintendent and not the informed consent of plan members or their representatives, could drastically change the nature of their pension and the terms and conditions of that pension. So I wonder, when she says she's open to amendments on the bill, if she's open to amendments with respect to that section. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely, I'm open to discussing this. I think I like the idea of the superintendent having some powers to actually act, but I also know that there are voices that wanted to have their input heard when this is discussed. So let's have those discussions at committee. I look forward to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure today to rise in the House, virtually, of course, to take part in this important debate. I think this is an important topic, pension protection. It's been one that my constituents have charged me with advocating on their behalf. And I want to thank the member again for Sarnia Lambton for her work on this important issue. I think there is no doubt that we need to strengthen pension protection for defined benefit plans to prevent against the loss of retirement income that seniors face when their employers go through insolvency. I think it's a shame that this problem persists today after the stories we've heard about Sears, Nortel, Eaton's, and many others, that some Canadians are still suffering losses to their retirement income based on their defined benefit pensions being underfunded when the company files for bankruptcy. I believe we must ensure that the pensions Canadians pay into and their employers commit to remain available to them in full throughout the course of their retirement. Anything less, in my view, is unacceptable. It's important for me to point out how the income security and the overall well-being of our seniors has been a top priority for our government since day one. Even before the challenges brought on by the global pandemic, our government took significant steps to support Canadian seniors. We focused on improving the quality of life for our seniors by helping support active and healthy lifestyles, improving access to home and community care, reducing loneliness and isolation, increasing access to healthcare, committing to the redevelopment of the national standards for long-term care with substantial investments to improve the quality of care for our seniors. And importantly, I think, and I'll focus on this, is ensuring the financial security of our seniors as well. These are all priorities for our government, and we've made, I think, important strides in all of these areas. But in terms of our agenda, seniors' financial security is something our government has remained steadfast in our commitment to since day one. We permanently increased old age security by 10%. We restored the age of eligibility from to 65 from 67, reversing the conservative policy of delaying OAS payments for seniors. We increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%, improving the financial security of more than 900,000 seniors in Canada. In April 2020, more than 4 million low and middle income seniors received a GST credit top-up. This was worth about, on average, $375 for individual seniors, $510 for senior couples. In July 2020, we provided a one-time tax-free payment of $300 to 6.7 million OAS pensioners and a further 200 to 2.2 million seniors eligible for the guaranteed income supplement. And to assist with the cost of the pandemic, we provided a one-time payment of $500 in August 2021 to OAS pensioners. And I've heard from many of my seniors in Whitby on fixed incomes that this one-time payment made a big difference for them. Why is this relevant? Well, I think it shows our commitment, but it also highlights the importance of income security for our seniors. If MPs in this chamber can understand the importance of these one-time payments, imagine then a pensioner having lost 20% of their pension due to their employer going through bankruptcy and leaving their pension underfunded and all other creditors being paid out before the pensioners. That could easily amount to $500 per month of pension income loss that seniors would face for the rest of their lives. I would say to everyone that is life-altering, Madam Speaker. And imagine counting on that pension income for your retirement and making contributions for many years, then getting to the point in your life where you were going to need to rely on that income to survive, and only to find out that you were only going to get a portion of it. I think it's important to remember that these are deferred wages and employers have an obligation to their pensioners. I can only imagine how seniors put in this situation would feel. But after hearing from individuals that have gone through this, I can tell you that it's devastating for them. Let's not forget that individuals left in a state of income insecurity would be more vulnerable and more likely to access publicly funded social support programs. This could and should be avoided, and we can't let this persist any longer. This is an issue that I've been engaged on since being elected in 2019, and I've had conversations with my constituents, my caucus colleagues, members from other parties, ministers, and stakeholder groups on this important issue. Most recently, I sponsored an e-petition, as was mentioned in the House recently. It's number 3893, which calls on parliamentarians to work together with the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry to establish stronger protections for the members of defined benefit pension plans. I'm happy to say that petition already has over 8,000 signatures, Madam Speaker. So clearly this is an issue that many Canadians care about. With over 1.3 million private defined benefit pension beneficiaries in Canada, I believe that all members of this House have likely heard from a constituent or someone they know who has been negatively affected by this issue, or is concerned that they may get shortchanged if there's no remedy found. I think it's very important that we take the time to consider just how much impact this will have on Canada's seniors. I've heard many stories, and I think we need to heed the calls for a solution on this matter. I believe it's more important than ever that we find ways to work together and address this issue. With the cost of living on the rise, with significant repeated shocks to our global economy, from the global pandemic, extreme weather due to climate change, and now Putin's war on Ukraine, some companies will undoubtedly face financial challenges, and we will need to make sure our seniors and their retirement income is protected. Seniors should live their final years in comfort and with the dignity that they deserve, especially after a lifetime of hard work. Now, given the nature of what we do in this House, there are often disagreements around policies and the direction we take as a country on certain files. But when it comes to protecting pensioners and the pension plans that individuals paid into and rely on, I don't see how we can let this important issue get caught up in the atrophy of partisanship. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the last session of Parliament, I voted in favor of the Bloc Québécois Private Members Bill C-253 to provide further protection to defined benefit pension plans here in Canada. I did that in hopes we'd find a way to work to resolve this issue for the benefit of our seniors. I was happy to see that our government also took important steps in the 43rd Parliament to make insolvency proceedings fair and more transparent, and made changes to federal corporate law to ensure better oversight of corporate behavior, including making company directors liable for excessive and unreasonable payments made to executives in the lead up to insolvency. And I'm aware that the NDP member for Elmwood Transcona introduced legislation in February of this year that seeks to protect the pensions and benefits of workers caught in corporate bankruptcy proceedings. So effectively, we have support for pension protection in all four corners of this House. And I believe that provides us with the opportunity to come together across party lines and deliver for Canadian pensioners and their families. I believe there are multiple ways we could approach a solution to this issue, and we have seen various proposals and potential solutions, and I think we should try to find a way forward. Personally, Madam Speaker, I'm open-minded and even would describe myself as solution agnostic, so long as pensioners receive 100% of their pension to which their employer committed. Without employees, we should all acknowledge there are no businesses. Employees are just as important as shareholders, as the many other creditors, and do not deserve to be the last consideration when their company goes through insolvency. Whichever approach this House decides to take, we must know what's at stake. A solution now can help 4.3 million Canadians that will depend on a defined benefit pension for their financial security in retirement. I'm generally supportive of this bill, as you can tell, and I think the proposed changes to the insolvency legislation are a positive advancement by providing near super priority status. I say near super priority status. And I'm supportive of any solution that places pensioners much closer to the front of the line in the long list of creditors that need to get paid during insolvency. With that said, I firmly believe that there are always ways to strengthen and improve a piece of legislation, and I have specific suggestions on that. I think we heard a comment recently about getting informed consent from pensioners when there's a transfer made, and I think that's a good suggestion. Let me just end here, Madam Speaker. Seniors can't afford to get less than they deserve, and we can't afford to let them down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You cannot imagine how pleased I am to rise today to speak about Bill C-228, introduced in this Parliament by the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. I'd like to thank her officially. I perhaps did it early in the comments, but I'd like to do so officially in this House. This collaboration between us allows all parliamentarians to go much further in our work, and we've heard that in the comments. I don't think it will come as a surprise to anyone in this House to learn that I've studied the bill very seriously, and without being partisan, Madam Speaker, the member for Sarnia-Lambton mentioned my bill, which I've tabled twice now, C-372 rather, from the 42nd Parliament, the very day that Sears declared bankruptcy, and then Bill C-264, which I tabled this week. Before I get to the heart of the matter, and I'm sure my colleague will agree, I'd like to thank everyone who worked on this bill. It really affects everybody. Workers in Quebec, workers across Canada, people in all sorts of types of businesses. In our area, it was Cliffs. And there were many people, workers, organizations that testified who approved the bill. They've approved it since 2017. Over 3 million people in Quebec and Canada supported my bill. That's when you're talking about 4 million people then who support this bill, then a lot of Canadians are asking for pension funds to be protected. I'd like to thank some people, Gordon Saint-Gelais, Kathleen Baude, Mario Lavoie, Nicolas Saint-Pierre, Dominique Lemieux, Sandra Lévesque, Manon, Claire, Pierre, Ghislain, Anthony, and Serge. I can't name everyone, but they've really kept this bill alive. And as I mentioned, it's a bill that really concerns the entire population. But the motivation for me was the Cliffs retirees. It's really people who encourage me to act, and that means that our political institutions can work when people want to act. If we want to represent our riding and our constituents well. Madam Speaker, C-228 is a bill that, in my opinion, and I believe my colleague will agree with me, should not encounter any obstacles in the House of Commons, in committee, or in the Senate, even for the vote that we'll soon be having on it, since most of the bill has already been studied by the Industry Committee. A major part of this bill, in Bill C-28, there are things that weren't in my own bill, but there are other mechanisms that were added, which we'll need to review. I think that everyone who supported 253 will agree with what's in this. In fact, the elements in Bill C-253 that were agreed upon have been agreed upon by all four parties, so I think we'll be able to move very quickly to receive royal sanction. Many senators are interested in this bill, and my own. So I hope it will be able to receive royal sanction quickly. I've got an 8-page speech, and I'm only on the second page, Madam Speaker. I hope that my enthusiasm is contagious, at least. Let me go more into the specifics of this bill. Everyone, of course, will want to know what exactly it does. What we want is to save the nest eggs of workers who saved and saved for years through a deferred salary. And I'd really like to emphasize this point. Sometimes I hear questions in the House or answers that refer to the Canada Pension Plan. That has nothing to do with this bill. We're talking about a private pension fund, an employee pension fund. That is, employees forego their salary for a certain time, and this is negotiated between managers and employees so that they have a pension fund at their retirement. When a business seeks bankruptcy protection, there's a chance that the workers will lose that pension, however. And that's what happened in my riding. Cliffs employees lost 27% of their salaries because of the pension fund loss. So if your pension is not indexed, then, $1,000 that you were entitled to many years early is next to nothing when you've reached retirement if some of the money is being removed. And when employees lose these pensions, often we're talking about older people, seniors, it's much more difficult for them to obtain other sources of income. And they likely need more care, more health care and others. So they need that money. I've spoken to people in the field, and you really hear terrible stories. People who have cancer and are unable to pay for their health care because their employer declared bankruptcy. We're not talking about little little businesses, small and medium-sized businesses here. We're talking about major multinationals who should have better managed their pension funds. So I spoke to these people who've undergone these terrible situations. And every year when we table a similar bill, when we study it in committee, it's these people that I think of. I believe that we're not asking for the moon with this bill. We're not saying that retirees should get everything and that creditors should get nothing. That's not what we're saying. This is truly a reasonable bill. And the House will agree with me. The employers even will be with the essence of this bill. It's not that we're giving pensioners all the money. That's not the idea. All my colleagues who here in the House who are working towards this bill, well, I'd like to applaud them, and I'd like to applaud the people in my riding and in other ridings, Malbaie, Sears, former Sears employees, Nortel, Cliffs, Eaton. These are examples of companies, and I'd like to really applaud their workers for their determination. If we're so close to passing this bill today in the House, or right now in the House, it's thanks to them. And despite differences between parties, we can see that we're ready to rise above the fray and say, let's work together. Being a member of Parliament is a job that requires compromise and respect. We need to respect each other. Our workers, our population need respect. And I would like to have this bill passed for them. Once again, I'd like to offer my support to my colleague from Sarnia Lambton. I think she does a fantastic job. And I believe that this bill will be passed, maybe even mine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Heritage. Madam Speaker, with Rules 68.1 and 68.2, could we not under the provisions of Article 68.3 of the rule, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, the Minister will move a motion with regard to deliberation of this motion. Thank you, Minister, who provided this notice of motion. It has been noted. Resuming debate.
Transco now.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-228 because it's a bill that grapples with a very important and long-standing issue in Canada's bankruptcy laws. For far too long, Canadian workers who have had the company either that they work at or that they used to work at go into bankruptcy have seen their retirement plan and their pension up for grabs as part of insolvency proceedings and having to get in line behind some of the big banks and financial institutions who are doing very well, thank you, getting paid out before people who contributed in good faith over the course of years, in fact decades, in order to be able to safeguard a retirement plan for themselves and for their families. So it is an important issue. It's something we have to deal with. I appreciate the member for Sarnia Lambton putting forth this effort to deal with this issue. Je remercie aussi le
I'd also like to thank the member for Manicouagan, who did her own work during several iterations of Parliament on this file. this important file.
Say a big thank you to Scotty Duvall, former Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain, a proud steelworker out of Hamilton, who I think developed the gold standard for how to address this deficiency in our bankruptcy laws, something that I've tried to honor by representing his bill from the last Parliament as Bill C-225 in this Parliament. Some of the features of Scott's bill that I think are important are not only amending the bankruptcy laws so that the unfunded liabilities of pension funds take precedence over secured and unsecured creditors, but also seeks to ensure that companies can't stop the payment of retirement benefits during proceedings during bankruptcy proceedings, and also requiring companies to pay any termination or severance pay owing before paying secured creditors. And I think Scott's really put together a package. It's something that he knows well, as I say, as a steelworker out of Hamilton who worked for Stelco for many years and who was an officer in the union that represented those workers. He saw firsthand the really brutal effects of this kind of game that companies sometimes choose to play in bankruptcy proceedings. The kicker, of course, is that sometimes it's the multinational parent company of the very company that's declaring bankruptcy who is a secured creditor who gets paid out before the workers that they made the pension promise to and who contributed in good faith. And that's one of the further perversions of this state of bankruptcy law in Canada that has to be addressed. So I think, you know, the member for Durham at one point in the last Parliament or the Parliament previous had made an attempt to broach this issue in ways that frankly we found unsatisfactory. We didn't think they really got to the point. I think it's a promising sign that the member for Sarnia-Lambton has addressed the question of so-called super priority, where pensioners actually are in the line of creditors who have to be paid out in the case of bankruptcy. So we welcome that development in this iteration of a Conservative private member's bill on this topic. And I think it's a promising sign to have Conservatives in the fold, to have the Bloc, you know, with a demonstrated history of good advocacy on this issue, and the Democrats have cared a lot about this. A Liberal government that did commit in 2015 to taking action on this issue and have had some lines in subsequent budgets about trying to deal with it. But I think the important fact to note is that for as much as there's been some commitments on the part of the government, it hasn't happened yet. And unlike certain policies, particularly ones that require spending, I think the virtue of this issue is that it can be solved by legislators with or without the permission or the support of government, particularly in the context of a minority parliament. So I think where there's good faith, and we've heard some important and I think sincere signals of good faith from the member from Sarnia-Lambton to work through some of the issues in this particular bill, I think we can make progress. And as people know, New Democrats are very committed to working with people, whatever their party, if we think we can make progress on important issues that have a direct impact on people. I do want to flag some of the issues that I think come out of this particular piece of legislation. I alluded to one of those issues earlier in my question to the member for Sarnia-Lambton. I think there's concern about the ability of fund administrators consulting only with the superintendent being able to change the terms and conditions of pension plans. And of course, we heard loud and clear from Canadians across the country when the government tabled Bill C-27, which would have allowed for a significant restructuring of pension plans without appropriate permission from members, or perhaps some consent of members. But we know that unfortunately sometimes companies engage in fear campaigns around their membership about the consequences of not doing what the company wants. They say, well, then the fund won't be solvent and you're going to lose all your benefits. And oftentimes there's a lot of misinformation or disinformation in those communication campaigns with members. But I think it is, we heard loud and clear that people who have defined benefit pensions don't want the rug pulled out from under them. They want to make sure that continues to be the case. And so we think that it's important that no matter who it is, whether it's a superintendent, whether it's a plan administrator, that they not be able to make unilateral changes to the terms and conditions of a person's plan without their informed consent, and indeed without some further rules around what can be done, exactly because sometimes members are told certain things that may or may not be true. So we just think there needs to be, if a clause like this is going to go ahead, there needs to be a lot more said about the direction that would be given to plan administrators and the superintendent on how they could try to restructure a plan before taking it to the membership. So I think that's an important point to make. I also would want to look more carefully at the ability for companies to buy insurance against their unfunded pension liabilities, as opposed to simply having to fund them out of their own resources. Insurance sometimes can be used as a tool, but it can also create cracks that people fall through. If it ends up being that the terms and conditions of the insurance don't quite match the circumstances surrounding that particular insolvency, then we might see a company discharged of its obligation to its pensioners without the insurance actually coming through and providing the full support of people's full pension, which they should absolutely have a right to. This point was made earlier, but I want to make it again. It's really important when we talk about people's private pension that they've contributed to, as I say, usually over the course of decades, to note that this isn't a handout, this isn't a charity thing, this isn't a nice thing to have. It's part of the wage package. This is deferred wages. I think Canadians would be outraged if in a bankruptcy insolvency, the company could call up their former workers and say, we paid you a bunch of wages and we want it back. And you're going to have to pay your wages back from 1975 because we got ourselves into trouble and we expect you to bail us out. It is no different when they go after the assets in the pension fund, because those assets were never meant for the business of the company. They were always meant for the workers who showed up to work, who did their part, who held their end of the bargain, made their contributions, and deserve to get the pension that they were promised. And when we as legislatures fail to ensure that that pension promise is protected, we not only hurt the people that worked and contributed in good faith over all those years and their families, we hurt the very idea of the pension promise at all. Now, I belong not only to a political party, but a political movement that wants to see more people have defined benefit pensions, because it's a future that you can bank on. And when we allow bankruptcy proceedings to undermine the pension promise, what we're saying to workers now is that they should be skeptical of a defined benefit pension plan, that they can't trust it, and maybe they should be investing elsewhere, except that we know that often that doesn't come to fruition, that it's difficult as an individual investor in a market to be able to get the kind of pension security that you need. And that's why defined benefit pensions have been such an important tool for working Canadians to carve out a meaningful retirement over the years. It's why it's so important that we do that, and it's why New Democrats are committed to working with people in this place, as well as retirees and workers and the organizations that represent them, to make sure that we can get a fix to this problem quickly, and we can do it in the best possible way. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-228, a bill brought forward by my good friend and colleague, the MP for Sarnia-Lambton. The intent of this excellently drafted bill is to offer concrete pension protection for Canadian seniors, something that is seriously lacking in Canada's existing laws. In the context of rising inflation and the alarming increase in our national debt and climbing daily costs, this bill is never more needed than now. As the cost of living keeps going up, seniors will be left without enough to live on if their pensions are subject to insolvency. A pension is the portion of a worker's wages that companies put aside for their workers' retirement. This is money employees have not only earned, but it is understood to be their reward for the years of hard work. It is heartbreaking to hear countless stories of employees that have had their pensions drastically cut and their plans for retirement dashed. One local example of the devastation that results in the absence of adequate pension protection is the former General Chemical plant, a company that was located in my riding in the town of Amherstburg. On the brink of bankruptcy, they pulled up stakes, leaving only hardships in their wake. In an article from the Windsor Star in 2010 and recently updated in 2020, we learn of Fran McLeod and how she was impacted. Fran worked for 47 years at the Amherstburg plant. A significant portion of the money that Fran had worked hard to set aside those 47 years for her retirement was lost. All of those years at the same company, sacrificing her time and energy and the better part of her life to only have the bulk of her pension income be taken from her. Fran's pension income fell from $2,500 to $1,900 and then a final cut to $1,000 a month. Imagine the impact to a cut to your income of $1,500 during your retirement years. What does this kind of situation do to someone's mental health? What does it do to someone's family? What does it say about our nation and the value we put on seniors who have built our communities? Madam Speaker, one of the greatest days of my life was when my grandson Levi came into this world. He is a joy to be with. One thing I especially look forward to as he grows up is being able to buy him hockey gear and take him out for fun activities, together with his Grammy, my beautiful wife Allison, when we retired. But for those who have lost a major part of their pension, this can be a huge challenge, and now on top of all that, inflation is making it difficult to even pay the necessities. Never mind the things that bring us joy. Those who have obviously worked hard to contribute to their pensions in the first place now live in fear that without the proper laws in place to protect their pensions, all can be lost. Workers are not even considered priority creditors, and sometimes, as was the case at General Chemical, not at the table at all. That's just not right, Madam Speaker. I want Canada to lead the way in rewarding hardworking seniors in what is supposed to be their golden years. I just don't see that with the current laws regarding pensions. All Canadians should have a secure and dignified retirement, along with peace of mind when it comes to the contributions they have paid into for their retirement pension. As General Chemical and Sears have shown, security of a pension can be lost in a moment. We must and can do better for our seniors. Cody Cooper lives in my riding. He's president of Chrysler Canada Retirees Organization. Mr. Cooper puts it like this, and I quote, "We need to stop using pensions as piggy banks to solve liquidity problems. It doesn't cost taxpayers anything to ensure people get the pensions they worked for their whole lives," end quote. And that's exactly right. We're not asking the government to pay money to anyone it doesn't belong to. To be clear, prioritizing workers during bankruptcy does not cost the taxpayer anything. If a company signs a contract with an employee, that agreement should be kept to the end of their employment. And in the case of a pension, to the end of a person's life. A company should not be able to back out when it comes time to pay. Bill C-228 brings together past bills of similar nature and adds some new and significant changes to the existing legislation. The current legislation makes it optional for companies to act on insolvency. Meanwhile, courts can step in, but only voluntarily. And this much change. Bill C-228 answers the problem of pension insolvency in three main areas. It requires that an annual report on the solvency of pension funds be tabled here in the House of Commons for greater transparency and oversight. And this is exactly the kind of issue that needs more transparency and oversight from the government. It provides a mechanism to transfer funds into a pension fund to restore it to solvency, to ensure the insolvent portion until the fund can be restored. And these first 2 points will make sure that there is a scrutiny to ensure that pension funds are solvent, that they remain solvent, or that they're fixed if they're starting to slip. And number 3, in the case of bankruptcy, pensions would be paid out ahead of large creditors, and especially executive bonuses. With respect to the latter, companies have been giving out bonuses or paying off their debt to creditors before they pay their employees' pensions. This is a classic example of the rich getting richer. My good friend and colleague, the MP from Sarnia-Lambton, has shared in her op-ed in the Sarnia Observer that one of her neighbors was let go amid Sears bankruptcy. At the end of the day, she was only paid 70 cents on the dollar. Yet, all the executives got big bonuses, she said. And that is just not right. In the case of Sears bankruptcy, former employees had the pain of losing their jobs at Sears and a portion of their pensions from the $270 million deficit in the pension plan. Bill McKinnon from Windsor, who started at Sears in 1975, said, and I quote, "For us pensioners that were counting on that, we've lost our medical, we've lost our life insurance, we've lost our dental, we've lost our prescriptions, and by the looks of it, we're going to lose over 20% of our pensions." Close quote. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons, CARP, did a survey of their members who had pensions, and almost 40% told them that they were afraid that they were going to outlive their money. This is the reality of the current legislation. Seniors have no control over their own money and no control over their finances for their retirement years. Laura Tamblin Watts, Chief Executive of CanAge, a nonpartisan national advocacy group for seniors, a lawyer and senior advocate, said, and I quote, "Everyday Canadians may not understand the technical terms in the law, but they understand the Sears Canada story. For instance, if you tell somebody that the pensioners at Sears in the U.S. didn't lose any money or any benefits, but they lost 20% of their pension payments in Canada and really all their benefits, people are shocked to understand that the U.S. has better protection." Madam Speaker, Bill C-228 has taken into consideration the content of several previous bills such as C-405 for the Conservative MP for Durham, Bill C-253 from the bloc member from Manicouagan, and the NDP member for Elmwood Transcona, who reintroduced the bill by former MP Scott Duvall. That bill was C-259 in 2020 and now C-225. In drafting this bill, my honourable colleague has studied and researched the current laws and included the many organizations, experts, and individuals needed to make this bill a success. My colleague, the MP for Sarnia-Lambton, is open to amendments to this bill as debate and research continue in committee. Anything proposed that would improve pension protection for our seniors will be on the table for review. And that is why I am more than happy to support this excellent bill in the House. I commend my colleague for bringing this issue before the House. Lastly, Madam Speaker, and furthermore, in my new role as Shadow Minister for Labour, I am thrilled that this long overdue legislation has been presented to the House. Let's act now before we have another General Chemical or a Sears. It's always a good time to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires est maintenant expirée.
The period for private members' business is now
Priorité au feuilleton.
and drops to the bottom of the order of precedence.
This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend, everybody.